Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It took a little bit to rev that engine up there. It's crazy. Oh, I think that's a frozen video. Oh well. That's not where the dogs are or the camera. Well, we got day 8. There we go. Okay. Want to say thank you to the docket who helped out on the Abby and Libby ballpark that we sent in yesterday. So thank you to the docket. Very cool. Right, it sounds like we might be getting some new stuff coming up here. Maybe more images. There's a document that came out, but I don't even really know what the hell it's talking about. What do you... Those are... Oh, you're talking about the thing on the left there, Tim? That's regarding how much we've given out. That's how much money this channel's given out. I think you misread that. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so today was a crazy day. You know, it's like you know, some information out there. It's stuff that we had already heard about, though. So let me get onto a normal screen. Oh yeah, by the way, look at that. You don't think that guy looks like that's the same guy there? That's him, man. Let me just start off the show by saying Richard Allen is the bridge guy, everybody. Now, whether or not you think he is the one who killed the girls, that's up to you, but he's definitely has responsibility in the homicides, you know, akin to felony murder. Thank you, Tanya M. Right? So I know that there's people out there that really just almost slobbering and drooling over the fact that they can release Richard Allen, the love of their lives, you know, almost to the point of it's almost excruciatingly painful to watch. Now people go, Gray, you've got tunnel vision, you bastard. I didn't know anything when this came out. I was like, oh, Richard Allen, wow, what do they got? If you just read the probable cause document, and I did it, like, we've read it on this channel probably 50 times. if that, little. And we've gone over it and over it and over it. And even with that information, he is locked in as bridge guy. But people don't want to take the time to do stuff like that in general. And they don't watch this channel as much as they watch the other ones who sit there and sell you a bunch of bullshit 24/7. This channel is, I just go with the facts in the case. Now, you might go, how do you come? Those aren't facts. Well, the thing is, they are facts. The probable cause was strengthened so far. Now we're at the point where every one of the people, every witness out there saw the person they said was the guy in Libby's video. Richard Allen, by his own admission, is saying that he is the guy in Libby's video. And even when asked, hey, Richard Allen, are you the guy in Libby's video? He said, well, if one of the girls took that, or if the girl took that picture, then it's not me, which is really akin to saying, yes, that is me in the picture, but because one of those girls took it, it can't be me. That is what he's saying. Okay? And so you've got that. And then you have a bullet that matched the ejection marks. The bullet was ejected from Richard Allen's 6-hour P226. And now we've got that information. Now today was about like this interrogation that we've already heard about. As a matter of fact, you guys remember, I don't know, a month or so ago when we did there was some court documents that were out there that talked about that interrogation, and they tried to make Jerry Holeman look like, oh, he's abusive in there. Look at that, he's trying to, and they were trying to get that thrown out. Remember that? They tried to get that interrogation thrown out, and that's exactly what they were doing today, is the exact same elements they argued in there. The same damn thing. And then it was all said and done, at the end of the day, guess what? The judge said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't we'll just play the whole interrogation for the jury next week. Objection, the defense said. So I remember when this first happened, what we saw were cherry-picked comments of a much longer interview that the defense wanted to use to get it thrown out. But I think the reason they want that one thrown out is because there's something incredibly, this is just my opinion. I think there's something damning that he said in that interview at a later time that the defense team wanted out of there, so they're cherry-picking different things to get them to, to get the judge to throw it out. And now they're actually objecting to having the video seen in court. I think that's hilarious. Don't you think? What does that mean, Vanessa? Yeah. So I'm going to go through the, what we'll do is we'll do which TV first, and then I just got a Word document. It summarizes today, so we'll do both of those, and we'll see, what's different in each one of those. I don't know, man. I feel like the trial's going to last 2 more weeks, it just seems like they're still just kind of slogging along. They're probably on schedule, I guess, but... Alright, so it says day 8 in the trial of Delphi murders. Suspect Richard Allen begins Saturday. Let me see if does it go in that order. I think it starts down here actually. Yeah, that's not, yeah, so it goes down here. I think this is where it starts. And it says the state called its first witness to the stand, Melissa Oberg, a operations data analyst for a clinical asset health management. That doesn't sound like today. That's yesterday. That's a recap. That's right here. That was yesterday. Okay, court begins All right, so it's right here. Court returned Saturday at 9:03 a.m. According to notes provided by News 8's Kyla Russell, the alternate juror who had been dismissed Friday morning did not return to court. She also says the jurors had supervised access to their phones Friday evening. The state called Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holeman to the stand. He interviewed Richard Allen on October 26, 2022. Warm in here. Okay, so that was the October 26, 2022. So remember, he was interviewed on October 13th. And then on October 26th, that's when they interviewed him a second time and arrested him. What do you mean on the wife's video above? I don't know what you're talking about. The state called Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holeman to the stand. He interviewed Richard Allen on October 26, 2022. Holeman first commented on Melissa Oberg's statement Friday when she said a firearm toolkit test was like a paternity test, and said that her statement was not correct, and he misunderstood her. Oberg was a former forensic, so it's not like, you know, a DNA test is like 1 in like 800 trillion or something. You know, you could have numbers like that. This isn't like that. It might be, you know, 1 in 999,999, but that's still pretty good, right? Let's see. Yeah, so it's not correct, and he misunderstood her. So Holeman said, he said in a deposition that it was like a paternity test. And she said, no, that's not correct. And then Holeman today said he misunderstood her. Oberg was a former forensic firearm analyst who examined the unspent cartridge, or magic bullet. I'm not sure why you're referring it to the magic bullet. That's just the Kennedy assassination. It's not this case. Found near the bodies of Abby Williams and Liberty German. She had determined it was cycled by Allen's gun. So that's what she determined. Hey, welcome, Jennifer Blackstone. Holeman explained to the jury the process of interviewing suspects and different techniques he'd learned, including lying to suspects about the amount of evidence investigators have and how to read a suspect's body language to determine if they're lying. I'm not a big body language person. I think that's just that's even more of a, like, if you were going to call something a pseudoscience, that would be it. I can't tell you how many cases out there the general public who spends all their days watching these body language channels pretending that they're now experts at everything have misdiagnosed, as you know, if you will, every single case. There's always there's people that are completely innocent that the public, accuses right off the bat because of body language. And it turns out later they're not guilty, but you never see those people go, oh shit, man, and apologize to those people. It's amazing. Holeman explained to the jury the process of interviewing suspects and different techniques he learned. Yeah, about lying and stuff like that. He said he interviewed Allen at the ISP Lafayette Post following Allen's wife, Kathy, came, and then it says post following, and then it says like a period, and it says Allen's wife came with him. And then Holeman said at first he didn't plan on arresting Allen at the start of the interview, but read him his Miranda rights anyway. Of course, that wasn't recorded, and everybody today listening goes, oh my God, ha ha ha, whoa! But we've already known this is stuff like from months ago, everybody. This isn't something new. We already knew this. They're just trying to get it tossed out. It's not uncommon for that to not be recorded. Okay? The thing is they want this interrogation thrown out. That's the deal here. Thank you, BGPO. Long time listener, first time caller. Remember that? Who used to say that all the time? Tom Likas, I think. He said he interviewed Alan at the ISP Lafayette Post. Alan's wife came with him. Holeman said at first he didn't plan on arresting Alan at the start of the interview, but read him his Miranda rights anyway. Holeman said they started by talking about firearms and past military experience, and if anything was damaged when investigators searched his home. He asked Alan if anyone borrowed his car, clothes, or gun for long periods of time, to which Alan said nope. Alan also denied having his firearm on him on February 13th. Boy, that's a shock. I mean, I can't believe he didn't admit to having that with him. Holeman told the jury he told Alan that Oberg's report matched the bullet to his gun. Alan denied this. Holeman said after denying it, Alan's demeanor changed. Well, I mean, your demeanor probably would change a little bit once they say, hey, your bullet was at the crime scene. The lieutenant asked Alan about a few comments he made during the search, and Alan retaliated, saying his life was already ruined because so you remember the comment that he made when Holeman was at his house and they were in the car outside, and he said, Richard Allen said, like, it doesn't matter, my life is ruined. Remember that? Right there it says, saying his life was already ruined. All his friends. So then when he asked him, what did you mean by that? Let's see, what did it say? Ruined because of his friends and community thought he did it. So that's what his reply was. Oh, I said that because I thought my life was ruined because my community and friends thought I did it. And you know what I say to that? That's bull crap. And you know how we know that? Because on the 13th when he said that, the police just showed up there. There wouldn't be a reason for him to, at that point, to think, holy crap, man, my neighbors all think I killed Abby and Libby. They just showed up there with a search warrant and started searching his home. So he wouldn't be in the mode at that point of saying, hey, everybody, my life is ruined because nobody knew anything. Yeah, so that's a complete garbage right there. And you know that, right? Ding 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 diddle ding ding. I think I'm on like top chat. Everybody got to take it off top chat and put it on live chat. Look at all those other people that showed up in there. Oh, look at that. It's Susan Hendricks, the legend. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's over. And then Holeman asked him what the hell that means. What were you meaning there? And he goes, well, I just said it because, my life's already ruined because of all of his friends and community thought he did it. Well, no, but you said that on the first day they showed up there. Like, they literally went to your house, put you in the car, and now you're saying my life's ruined. You had 2 weeks to think of a reply to that. Ooh, man, when I said that, that sounded bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see you thinking that 2 weeks later, but you were in your car on the day they served you the warrant, so there wouldn't be time for your friends in the community to think that you already did something. You get it, everybody? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. After further back and forth, Holeman said Alan told him, I am not going to tell you something I didn't do. Let me go back up here. It says, his life was already ruined because his friends and community thought he did it. Holeman asked about the bridge guy video and the witnesses and experts who said that was him. Well, the witnesses did say that was him because he says he is that person. And he doesn't point to the picture and say that's him. But Richard Allen does say he's the bridge guy because he admits to seeing the 3 girls, and the 3 girls all said the person they saw is the bridge guy in Libby's video. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Alan continued, let's see where we're at. And it says, Holeman then told the jury he lied to Alan about this, which they can do, as it wasn't true. Alan denied at least 20 times, I think just part of that isn't true. Alan denied at least 20 times that he was the killer and that his gun was there, according to Holeman. Although I don't know, yeah, so Holeman should have been able to better answer this one here. He should have been able to say, well, it is true that the girls all said that the person they saw coming in was the bridge guy, and Richard Allen also says that he is the person that they saw because he saw them too. I mean, that would have been a great answer and really kind of kept driving home the point to the jury, right? And he could have said, but he wasn't, let's see, witness and experts who said that was him. You could say that but experts hadn't said that. You could just say that. The first part is true, but the second part isn't. Holeman then told the jury he lied to Allen about this, as it wasn't true. Allen denied at least 20 times that he was the killer and that his gun was there, according to Holeman. After further back and forth, Holeman said Allen told him, I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. I don't care what you do to me. I'm not going to ever tell you something I didn't do. So even that's weird wording from people, you know? Just, who talks like that? You would just say, I didn't do it. Why would I say it? Yeah, I mean, I guess you would kind of say it like that, but it's just, I don't know. Alan, I want to see the interrogation tape. I won't get to, but that would be cool. Allen continued denying knowing the girls, both men throwing expletives at each other. This is in the recollection of the October 26, 2022 interview. Hey, thank you, Karen. She said, ugh, missed the first 20 minutes again. Hi, Gray, and hi to all the freaks. What notes are we reading tonight? Well, we're reading the day's, the trial notes. Yeah, so after further back and forth, Holeman and Allen told him, okay, we're down here. Allen continued denying knowing the girls, both men throwing expletives. Holeman said Allen did eventually confirm he was on the high bridge on February 13th. They took a brief break during the interview. Holeman said he overheard Allen speaking with his wife. I wonder if it's in this interview where he talks about how he's on platform 1 and they don't want to, because he does say it. I think it's in this interview, now that I remember. Although he did say, I think he said that on the 13th too. So, well, thank you, Lillian and Nancy. Let's see. Ullman added that Allen did not explain why the cartridge was cycled through his gun. Holeman added, well, I mean, if he's denying it, why would he explain how it was cycled? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. See, the thing is, when you're not there, you don't really know the context of what some of the stuff written is. Allen continued denying knowing the girls, both men throwing expletives at each other. Holeman said Allen did eventually confirm he was on the high bridge. They took a brief break during the interview. Holeman said he overheard Allen speaking with his wife, Kathy, telling her if she asked for a lawyer, they'd let her go. You mean if he asked for a lawyer? I mean, I guess, yeah. But why doesn't he ask for one? I mean, it's weird. Why would he suggest to her to ask for an attorney when he could just be doing the same thing? So I think he's still in let me see what they know mode. Continuing the interview, Allen told Holeman that he had a side holster and carried his firearm with one round in the chamber. He continued to deny ever knowing Libby and Abby or knowing how his bullet got there. So then Holeman briefly explained to the jury his training to know when someone is lying. The common cues, he said, to look for involved body language such as touching of the face. Okay, well, he touches his face. Apparently, he touches his face like the entire time he's in the courtroom. Touching his face or looking away. He said there were few signs of deception from Allen, but they were very subtle. Allen at one point reportedly told Holeman during the interview, "What kind of good person would kill two girls?" What's significant about that quote? It just seems like, I mean, I guess that's what he said, but I've seen it written like 5 times a day. I'm not sure. Hey, thank you so much. Herbert's Landscaping gifted 5 memberships to 5 new freaks. All right, and that's to Bren Manic, Nadia Kusan, OCD, Las, Cookie, and Fergie Family. Very cool. Hey, before we get any further, you guys want to hear something funny? I sent this to Susan. I don't know if she tried it. I asked her, I go, hey, you got to dial that number, but it doesn't sound like she did. Here, let me do it right here. Watch this. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to call that one. Let me do this. Hold on. I dialed somebody's number, so if you accidentally got called right there, didn't mean it. All right, hold on.
Please leave your message for
Reck.
You hear that? You guys hear that at all? That's actually his number, okay? Like you call, it's in the documents, you call Rick Allen's number, it still says Rick, Ginger Snaps. Hey, thanks, Green-Eyed PI. Why aren't they testing the hairs? Well, I think they are testing something. They have the DNA expert apparently is coming up on Monday. So we'll see what happens then. Did you guys hear that? That was his voice. that was Richard Allen's voice right there. Rick. I think there's like 90 seats in there. I could actually count them because I showed it on the screen. I can't really play it again. I'd have to call again. Reck, Ginger Snaps. Looks like the wheelchair coming up. Guys, down the hill. Rick, down the hill. Rick, down the hill. Yeah, anyways, Allen at one point reportedly told Holeman during the interview, "What kind of a good person would kill 2 girls?" Well, look in the mirror. Holeman said during the end of the interview, he told Allen, "I think you did it, man." Allen replied, "Then take all your evidence and arrest him and arrest me already." After meeting with our investigators, Richard Allen was placed under arrest. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin began his questioning, mentioning that though Holeman said he read Allen his rights, the beginning of the interview wasn't recorded. Holeman confirmed it wasn't recorded, but when they got the camera to record, there was a delay in the footage which doesn't show Holeman walking into the interrogation room. Yeah. And, obviously when Rick Allen told his wife, that's probably why that's significant. He said, hey, if you ask for an attorney, you can leave. Ah, boom, that's why they did that. Oh, that's great. So they're overheard saying what you would know by knowing your Miranda rights, right? So he tells his wife, yeah, if you ask for an attorney, they'll let you go. So that means he already knew what his Miranda rights were. I think that sort of, indicates proof that the Miranda rights were written. or read. And by the way, I think they need to get rid of that, the whole Miranda rights thing. And you know why? Why don't they just have it be part of every person in school is taught your Miranda rights, like you know the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag, and you're required to know the freaking rights, okay? I mean, if you don't know them, then screw you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be great. You know what? Hey, Richard Allen, can you read this sentence for me? Yeah, say I had a ball and I took it down the hill. And he goes, I take a ball down the hill. Ow, you're toast, you mother. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yes, and for the 900th time, everybody, I had all my hotel and everything for the first time that this trial was supposed to take place. I had all the reservations. It was like, at that time, it was only going to be a 2-week trial. I had all the reservations, everything planned, and a week before the trial, they canceled it. Then when the second trial came around, I was starting to prepare to get ready, but then my dog, Blue, that you see all the time, he got heart failure and his kidney failure, and then also my mother is, having some, few issues. I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but my dad was going out of town, so we had to be here, so that's what I got for you. If you don't want to accept that or anything like that, you guys know, I mean, I was wanting to go to this and planning to go to this for years, and just didn't kind of work out right at this time, and that sucks. Unfortunately, you get these troll dipshits that come in there every single day. It doesn't matter what channel. If I go on to another channel or something and I'm talking in the chat, one of them sees me, then they go get all the rest of their friends in. They come in like a pack of wild hyenas, slamming me this way, back and forth. They're really just disgusting people, and it's unfortunate that there's people that exist that are like that. But that's all they have to do during their day is do stuff like that. That's their life. They wake up in the morning, they sip a cup of coffee, and they go, ooh, how can I get graded? They're just, wow. Imagine having a life like that. Why don't you focus in on your own life, you idiots, okay? Try doing that sometime. It's amazing. Wow. Unbelievable. Crazy whack jobs. Yeah, I enjoy bashing them, though. That's the thing. Yes, I believe. Someone asked in the chat right there, Gray, do you think Richard Allen is the right guy? And as I've said multiple times, like literally 100, I am 100% convinced that is him. Okay, 100%. Okay. Yeah. Just realize that Richard Allen is the bridge guy, okay? It's weird when people try to come up with mental gymnastics. There is these little tiny outs. I have been kind of trying to think about, like, what is there here? So we'll get back to the notes here in a minute, but so here's the animation, which is really, you just got to look at this and think about it like this. See, Richard Allen has been caught in many lies, too. For example, he said that he was on his stock ticker. Well, when they put his MEI number in and so forth, his phone wasn't there. And how would you be reading your stock symbols unless your phone was connected to a tower? So that means he absolutely lied to Dan Doolin that he was looking at his stock ticker. All right. Well, how do we know Dan Doolin didn't record it, you bastard? Yeah, because Dan Doolin, he just made up a bunch of shit for the hell of it back then. I mean, it's just, people are nuts, you guys. All right, so anyways, these girls are at the bridge at 12:43. See them right there? That means when they got there, they probably got over here at like 12:15, 12:20, because they're just kind of chilling out, walking slow. And if Richard Allen got there at 12 and left at 1:30, These girls covered the entire time and did not see him. You know when they saw him? When they were leaving and he was coming in at 1:35 when they passed each other. Hey, wow, thank you. Look at that. It's Susan Hendricks gifted 10 freaking, get it? Freaking memberships. That's pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Wow. Very kind, very kind. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? KK. We only use look at if I'm missing something. Now we are the true crime freaks over here. In fact, well, this is my Nefarious shirt, but I think it's time to order some new gear, you know, like clear. I mean, so all my hoodies and things that I have are worn away. But okay, but everybody just focus here for a second, right? Here we go, watch. This is 12:43. That means they walked this way first. Didn't see a soul. Not one male, not a damn thing that looked there, you know, there was no guy. They go all the way over here and they take some pictures. And then they hang out and like 40 something minutes later, they're over here at this bench. And watch, they're over here at this bench, and that is at 1:26. You guys got it? That's 1:26 right there. Then after that, 1 minute after that, watch this black car. Can you see it? It's kind of small up there. That's Richard Allen's vehicle. Or let's just say it like this. That's a vehicle that matches the vehicle that Richard Allen drove, a black 2016 Ford Focus, right? And it drove by. Now, Richard Allen himself told Dan Doolin that he got there at 1:30 and he left at 3:30. Well, that sighting right there at the Hoosier Harvest Store, because there's a camera right here that films the vehicle driving by, and the camera is actually on the west side of the building. It films a car matching his drive-by, which matches what he told Dan Doolin. Then he gets out of the vehicle and he starts walking. He's in blue here, right? The bridge guy has the blue jacket. And then right here, he passes the 3 girls. And he admits that he saw those 3 girls. There's 4 girls. One of them's like 12 years old, really small. He admits to seeing them, and they saw him. And all 3 of them said the person they passed is the bridge guy that's in Libby's video. Okay? So Richard Allen himself places himself as the person that all 3 of them identify as being the bridge guy. Then Richard Allen continues on. Those 3 girls are kind of, you know, still lollygagging around, as my mom would say. And then walks over here. And then right as these girls are going over the Old State Road 25, Betsy Blair drives underneath the bridge and around, and then goes over here and parks across from the Mears property. But look at where Richard Allen is right now. He's just getting there, and she gets out of her car probably a minute, like 30 seconds after Richard Allen would have got to the bridge, because it takes 11 minutes. So 1:35, 1:46 he gets there. Betsy Blair gets here right around 1:46. She gets out of her vehicle, and she's continuing her walk for the day. Just behind her comes Kelsey in the white car. And she drops off Abby and Libby, but they're not moving quickly because they're just there taking pictures, chatting, etc. But then keep watching Betsy Blair in yellow. She goes down here, and I would have to change the animation because she actually stopped prior to where that we always believed. So she runs into and sees Richard Allen, not from 50 feet away, but from 111 feet away, 37 yards. And that wasn't corrected at trial, but we know that because what Betsy Blair said at trial was, unfortunately, the prosecutor should have said, hey, wow, okay, so you were at the barriers when you saw him. You know, that's much farther. Don't you think it's much more likely that you didn't get a good shot of him? Because look at from right here at the start of the bridge to right there is 50 feet. from right at the edge of the platform. So that's what I always thought Betsy Blair was talking about, because she said 50 feet. I actually measured from here, went 50 feet, and I go, oh, so she made it right to the start of the bridge. But at trial, she said, no, I turned around at the barrier. Well, you measure from the barrier then, which is right there. There's a little line on the screen. And you go from right there to right there, and guess what you get? You, in feet, 111. I mean, that is incredibly significant. Okay? That means she's really far away. She's more than a third of a football field away. And of course, at that point, you're not going to have any detail in somebody's face, etc. Right? So I hope the prosecution ends up bringing that up at some point. Right, then what we have right here is Betsy Blair is at the bridge, and then she sees him standing there, turns around and starts walking back, and then halfway back between the bridge and the parking area, she passes Abby and Libby. And she continues walking. Well, now, necessarily, Abby and Libby are going to have to pass Richard Allen, right? Because this is Richard Allen right here. You know, there isn't two hobgoblins, you know, out there that look the same. I mean, I think it's hilarious that people go, well, a lot of people dress the same, Gray, you bastard. And I'll just say, yeah, I mean, people do dress similarly, sure. But how many of them were on a Monday afternoon at 1:30 over at the Monon High Bridge where Richard Allen said he was? How many people do that? Anybody? Yeah, I think that number is pretty small. So anyways, Richard Allen is still standing on the bridge. Then here comes Abby and Libby. Now, interestingly, so here is where the small window, except it doesn't match what the defense is saying right now. So let's say Richard Allen right now does just pass the girls. And he starts heading this way, and he goes out like this, and then goes on 300 to his vehicle. Betsy Blair wouldn't see him. Okay, so I mean, I was looking today to see, okay, is there any outs here? That's one, that he merely passed the girls, but he doesn't admit to seeing them. He says he never saw those girls. He'd have to have. So that's a way you can say, well, you didn't say you saw those girls. You said you saw nobody else. So he would have had to pass them right here, and then he would have had to come out and go right through the parking spot while Betsy Blair's still walking there, and then come out on the 300 and make his way to the car. Do you guys get it? But he said he didn't see anybody, so that means he's lying about that too. If he claims he went out that way. And then the girls, they go across the bridge, and I think what Richard Allen did. So watch what I have down there in blue. He's right there. The girls come, and he sort of walks by him and says, he probably even says like, hey, girls or whatever, and passes them, and he wants to make them feel comfortable enough because he sees that they're going out on the bridge. So he goes back in the woods just far enough out in the distance, and that's why he doesn't show up on the picture of Abby. You know, we've all known that he wasn't in the picture of Abby, and he wasn't in the picture of Libby, and yet, of the bridge, and yet here he comes. You know, at the end of the bridge, he's hustling across. So right after that, after he waits for them to get pretty far across, he starts coming across, and then they look back and they go, oh God, he's coming. They try to go a little bit quicker. Libby's off the end of the bridge, and Libby's like, we can go down here, and then says something like, you know, he's got a gun, and then Abby said, there's nowhere to go here. That means she'd already got off the edge of the bridge. Or first she said, don't leave me, after Libby said, hey, there's a path here. And then Abby said, don't leave me. And that's pretty crazy because I just played in the video I put out yesterday. At that point, that's when, you know, I think Mike Patty had heard that, and that's why he said in that one news conference that there would be, you know, like one of them had a chance to run, and, you know, they were best friends, so they stuck together, you know. And I think he knew what the wording was here. In fact, they brought in the family members with headphones on and the enhanced audio. See, what's interesting, you know, I was talking to, I think, one of the people that, I'll just say, I was talking to one of the people who saw the original video, and when that same video was seen in court, she didn't know what the hell they were looking at. They were like, what is that? That didn't show anything. And you know, the thing is I think when they brought the family in, they had already taken the time to stabilize the entire video and fix the audio. And so, you know, they worked really quickly to stabilize that thing. And then when they showed the other version a few days later, they all said, okay, yep, that's the same video that we saw. Right? But you guys see what I'm saying here? Is there anybody in here that was kind of like, God, I don't know, I don't really get it. When you watch this animation here, there is no out for him, because everything is absolutely perfectly. Let's go all the way back over here. 126, the 3 girls at the Hoosier Harvest store. I wonder if, maybe I can go like this. Hold on. This is actually a 3D program, by the way. This is what it looks like. See that in that camera right here? Can you see this? See, that's what's sweet about this software, you know, like I could take this and literally, let me go to the front view. I can make it closer to the, like that, and things should be, yeah, a little bit bigger. There we go. You can't see the CPS building. It's just off the screen there. Let me fix that a little bit. I'll just move this. Maybe I'll go like that. Can you see it? Yeah, that's perfect. You can still see the CPS building. Hey, thank you so much, Carrie Lasko, who said, no one works harder than you. God bless you. Well, thank you so much. Why do you think Richard Allen told police he was there that day? Did he want to be caught? No, he came forward because he wanted to get ahead of the story. This is what happened here, you guys. Listen to this. This is how it worked. Richard Allen was there that day. He passed 3 girls. He has a public job working at the CVS pharmacy. He was a little nervous, but he thought, you know, maybe if he had that little scarf and stuff like that, he wasn't that nervous that they would be able to identify him. However, on the 15th of February, law enforcement put out here, I'll show it to you right here. Original. I'll pull it up right now on the screen, and you'll be able to see it. This is the exact, on Fox 59. Look at right here. Police ask for assistance in identifying man seen walking on the trail where Delphi teens went missing. And it says investigators want to talk with him about what he may have seen. They already knew he's the suspect at that moment. This is on February 15th, 2017. Guess what happened the very next day? Richard Allen obliged that article. He calls the tip line the very next day and tells them that he was at the bridge and saw 3 girls. And then they get Dan Doolin. They send him out. And I wish Dan Doolin had taken, you know, obviously it wasn't a 5-second conversation, so there must have been more that he could have put in those notes. But, you know, all he put was he was on the trails, and I think it said from 1 to 3, and then Richard Allen changed it to 1:30 to 3:30. And while he was there, he saw 3 girls, and he went there and he was looking at the stock ticker on the trails. But he said he went to the bridge, I think. Okay, he wanted to get ahead of the story. That's what he was doing. He thought, I am toast. Just like he told Holeman when they went to his house on October 13th, 2022, he said, oh man, it's over. I think he thought he was absolutely toast right then. And he called the tip line the very next day because he saw his own picture in the paper. And that's why he said when they questioned him, we just want to know, is this you, Richard Allen? And he said, well, if one of the girls took that picture, it's not me. Meaning, well, it is me. However, I'm not going to tell you it's me because that would implicate me in their murders. I mean, it's just crazy, you guys. So that's exactly why he came forward. Okay? And there really isn't an argument there. You know what he was doing. He wasn't trying to be this helpful person, etc. You see this all the time in crimes where they insinuate themselves back into the case over and over and over again. What are you talking about, Linda? I have no idea what you're referring to. Anyways, now the screen's bigger. Let's do it again. At the bottom of the screen, that is 12:43. The 3 girls, there's 4. I could put a small little other ball there. Doesn't matter. The 3 girls are at the bridge. Now watch. They eventually, at 1:26, they make it to a bench right there. 1 minute after that, 1:27, it's kind of small, a small vehicle there. I can play it. See it zip by. That is the vehicle that matches the description of Richard Allen's 2016 black Ford Focus as it drives by the Hoosier Harvest Store. Then it parks right back up in here at the abandoned CPS building. And that's where he said he parked. He said he parked at the old Farm Bureau building, but that's not there. It's in downtown Delphi. And then eventually he said the old building, and then he said he went right to the Freedom Bridge. Well, that's right there. So obviously he's talking about, there isn't another building he could have parked at. Hey, thank you very much, Critical Tinker, gifting a Baconator for the pup. Your critical thinking skills are refreshing. Much praise. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. It seems like it's lacking. Like, people give too much credit for, like, arguments made when there isn't really anything there, because you should easily be able to just trash it with a counter, you know? I wish I could have been on the strategic team in this case. I mean, it's so simple for me. You know, I've been covering it for so long. It's like all these things we've been going over. I've gone over this 1,000 times. This thing right here, 1,000 times. It's like, this is what they should be doing too, right? Like, just bing, 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 you know, over and over and over again, so that anything somebody says, you can go, hey! Right, anyways, so right there, Richard Allen's right there. I think he gets here at about 129, because he drives by here at 127.50 or something. And then he's over here at 129, I think it's 127 and 30 some odd seconds. So let's just say like 129-ish, 130 he gets out of his car. You know, who knows? Maybe he's sitting there for a minute, jacking himself up, you know. I'm glad I was able to finish that sentence. Hey, thank you very much, Chad. Oh, is that Daybell? Just kidding. Thanks, Chad the Ball. Hope I said that right. Yeah, so he's in the car over here, and then he gets out, right? So there he goes. And then eventually those girls were heading out too. They had probably already started moving, and they're just kind of walking slowly, you know. And then Richard Allen passes them. And then the girls said that he looked like he was on a mission. He had his head down. Yeah, he was kind of creepy, you know. And they passed him, and all 3 of those girls said that the person they passed is Bridge Guy. So now we know in trial that they all said that. And I think we knew that before in another document, because I've said that. It was in a different probable cause. So they all said, yes, the person we passed is Bridge Guy. So doesn't that almost necessarily at this point, because Richard Allen saw those same 3 girls. He saw those 3 girls as he's coming in, and they saw him. And so doesn't that mean that the person those 3 girls saw was Richard Allen? Does everybody agree at this point? I mean, just Richard Allen said he got there at 1:30. A car matching his drives up over there. He said he got out of his car and went onto the trails. These 3, and he saw 3 girls, and those 3 girls saw him. So everybody is agreeing, right? Is there anybody in here that disagrees that this blue dot right here is Richard Allen? Anybody? Is there anybody that's disagreeing that that blue dot, can you come up with any other way that cannot be him? They saw him and he saw them. You got it? Anybody? I want somebody to go that has a great idea, like, oh, that can't be him. Go ahead. Now, maybe we should do polls on this crap. At this point, let me do this. Hold on. And I would say that it'll always be 10% no, because those are what the trolls answer. Is the blue dot 100, or let's just say, is the blue dot Richard Allen? Okay? And now you can just answer the damn question, and let's see what we got. Yeah. See, we always get, it's always a troll number because they never say why they think it can't be him. You know, so look at, this is the same number we get every single night. It shows you the number of trolls that are actually watching. So currently we have 85 trolls watching. Or at least 85 people whose brains don't work correctly. All right, so right there we know. Hey, thanks, M10. Thank you for making this make sense for people. Yes. All right, so does everybody know exactly what's going on right now in this? The three girls are at the bridge. They walked up there. Richard Allen's vehicle, one matching his, drives by. He admits that he got there at 1:30. He gets out and sees those very same three girls. He saw them. They saw him. So that's him, right? Okay. You got it, right? Yeah, then Richard Allen, he said he goes straight to the Monon High Bridge. And it takes 11 minutes to get there. Let's just, even 10. So he gets there at 1:45. Right there. And now those girls, they continue on, and then Betsy Blair goes under a bridge. That's cut off the screen now. And Betsy Blair shows up to the parking area, and she gets out, and Richard Allen's only been here for 2 minutes. Let me ask you this. If you're going to look for a fish, you know, go to a bridge and look at fish, would you walk to the bridge, glance down, and look at fish? Okay, I'm done. And then you leave. Would you just turn around immediately? Or would you look for a few minutes, you know, kind of gazing around, maybe go to the other side, look around at fish, or would you just get there and just turn around like Betsy Blair did? Come on, go ahead. Would you do that? Or would you sit there for 2 or 3 minutes? Maybe 10. I mean, my God, you went all the way there to look for fish. You went all the way from Peru, Indiana. You got in your car, you drove an hour and a half. You went all the way to your house, grabbed your jacket, shot over to the bridge to look for fish, and you get there and you turn around the second you get there. Yeah, no, that didn't happen, right? So he sat there and he's looking at fish. And even if, you guys, want to hear something crazy? Even if Richard Allen had got right there and turned around and sprinted like Carl Lewis, he wouldn't have been able to get past here before Betsy Blair started walking this direction. You get what I'm saying? Like he went out, he just sprinted, you know, he could say he was over here, right? And she missed him. But no way, man. There was 2 minutes there. He would have had to run like Carl Lewis, right? So then we've got Betsy Blair coming towards the bridge. See that? And Abby and Libby are dropped off 2 minutes after her. They're lollygagging around. Betsy Blair's exercising. So she's probably walking twice their speed. Gets to the bridge. Actually, the barrier's 111 feet away. Turns around. Walks by and goes back the other way. And while she was walking, she passed Abby and Libby. Okay? And guess what? Betsy Blair said the person she saw was standing on platform 1. Richard Allen in 2022, October, he said he was standing on platform 1. All right, so at this point, when the girls get to the bridge, do you believe that the blue dot is Richard Allen, you guys? Do you believe the blue dot is Richard Allen? Because Richard Allen himself said he went straight to the bridge, and he stood on platform 1, and he was looking at fish, and Betsy Blair saw him standing exactly in that spot. Well, Betsy Blair turned around and went the other way, that's why. Hey, thanks, Patricia Galindo. And RMS MM2, prayers for Sweet Blue. Wow, that actually rhymed. That's kind of, well, thank you. RMS MM2, prayers for Sweet Blue. I'm going to say that. I like that. Let's see. Now, so let's do another poll. So this one was 82%. Isn't that amazing? That means we have 150 people whose brains do not function correctly on the first part. All right, so we'll end that one. And let me do the next poll here. That's not nice, Gray. Maybe they just think different. Well, I know they think differently. And that just means their brains aren't working correctly. That's okay, though. It's, you know, don't feel bad. It's just so obvious. It's amazing. So let's do another one here. Start a poll. Is the person that Betsy Blair saw Richard Allen given the evidence presented? There we go. That should be exactly the same. He went straight to the bridge from, he was at the Freedom Bridge. He passed the 3 girls. I know, you don't have a clue because you're not paying attention, Ashleela. It's okay, though, Yeah, so anyways, it should be exactly the same number because he said he went straight to the Monon High Bridge. The timing means that Betsy Blair is clearing the area before him, and there he is. You're looking at him. Now, then go back and watch it, Ashley. Plus, you've watched my channel for years. I don't know how in the hell you aren't aware. Let's see. Why can't they use your animation? Well, they could have made their own and had an expert with timing and just sort of use it as a demonstrative. And I actually said, hey, you guys you have permission. You can use this if you feel like something like this. I can make you something. Never heard back. If it was Robert Ives, I probably would have heard back. But I don't have a relationship with this prosecutor or any. I don't even know him. So I sent him an email. I said, hey, if you guys are ever interested, here's something, and never heard back. But maybe they looked at it and thought and made their own thing like it. Who knows? All right, so this one's even higher. Isn't that weird? So this has a higher percentage. So for the ones who, that was 83%, now it's 87. So somehow this person wasn't him, and then, then that one is. So I got 192 votes in here. Gray, he's not very nice. He was saying that your brain doesn't work if you don't... Well, here's the thing. Explain to me how that isn't him. These witnesses absolutely nail him into the area. All right. Now I'm going to zoom back out again. Let me get make that go higher up in the air. Probably needs to be higher than that. I don't even know. Yeah, like that. And now look, those girls are going to run into, Abby and Libby are going to run into the bridge guy. And I think he wandered back a little ways to give them a sense of feeling safe. Okay? He wanted them to, and watch to see what they were doing. And he watched and waited. He waited back there. He waited. And then when he sees them getting about halfway across, he starts making his move, getting closer. And then he goes across. You can walk across that bridge in 3.5 minutes if you're a confident person. Abby had never crossed that bridge. Libby had, so she's always in front. And she's coaxing Abby, and that's why he was catching up. And that's why, she said something like, don't leave me up here, because he was making ground on her. Right? And then, at the end of the bridge, he says, guys, down the hill. There's a cycling of a bullet. And then he takes them across the creek. Except here's a problem with when I think Liggett said, yeah, you can hear the cycling of a bullet there. The defense objected and the judge sustained it, meaning, you don't know if that's what it is, but you think it sounds like that. However, I bet you could bring in a firearm expert that could say that. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah, we did a height. We should try it again sometime. The only problem is I don't have the original video that shows the. Well, is anybody in here that was in court? Are you still in here, Susan? I want to know if they could see the right railing in that video, because if you can, then I think you could do a pretty easy generalization of the height. I do. I think you could do it. One thing I was trying to do is if you can see the side railing heights are 4 inches. and he's standing right next to one. So you find the one that is in the same line that he's in, and then multiply those up, and you could probably get something that was within an inch or so. Only problem is there's a shadow on the side railing that extends onto the bridge, so you can't actually make out the little corner of it, if you know what I'm talking about. Hey, thank you so much, Cheryl Bullock. Very kind, very kind. Well, I just played an audio of his voice a minute ago where you call his cell phone number and it says Rick. And also Ginger Snaps. Yeah, it sucks. The people in court will be able to listen to Richard Allen's voice. You know what I'm thinking? I think that after the trial's over, somebody will review, and probably a lot of stuff will be able to be released. And I think even the video of Down the Hill, you know, they might blur out the face as they're moving, which I'm okay with, you know. I'd like to see the original, but... And I think, I don't know if you guys are aware, but I took the walk cycle that they did release, and I stabilized that too. So they didn't even stabilize that portion. I mean, it's like I would have stabilized the whole damn thing if I was them. Like even on the bridge, I would have kept the bridge still, and so you could see how he moved. Because the way they did it, it was sort of like centered in the middle of his body, and his legs are kind of moving around on the sides. Like if you watch my version here, look at this. See, those people in the background are just part of a still image. I don't know why people always ask me about that. I take a still image at the end of the bridge that's in generally the right spot, and I'm moving their image that they gave us, keeping that forked tree and platform in the background. You see that? So that way you can actually see how the person walks, you know, the way they sway or something. So that's what I did, and I wish I could take their video and do the whole thing just like that. That'd be awesome, but, you know, we can wish for a lot of things. Doesn't happen. Yeah, so what you need is you'd have to have the right railing in there, and then I know that it's 6'6" between the right railing and left railing, and they're 4 inches tall, each of the sides. Well, thank you, Jim Shoe, and thank you, Bren Manic. Very cool, very cool. All right, let's see. Yeah, and so basically after this, I mean, then Betsy Blair, she gets into her car almost the exact moment, and she's driving by the Hoosier Harvest store just as Richard Allen is taking, and I'm saying Richard Allen because that's him, you guys. There isn't 2 clones out there. You know, like Richard Allen, you could say, okay, Richard Allen, he was over here, but he walked back over and he just sort of sat over here. And then on the other side of the bridge, this person came up from behind them and looked just like him. I mean, even wearing the same clothes he described. It was like his doppelganger just happened to be there that day. Well, here's what I would say. There is an option for the theory that he came from the other side, and this is it. Okay, so right here, Richard Allen starts walking across that bridge at 3 minutes, and takes 3 minutes to get across. Okay, just look at what I'm saying here. So no matter what theory the defense wants to put out, I can say that sure, it's possible that Richard Allen bolted across right now. See that? Look what I'm doing right here. Betsy Blair sees him, turns around, and right after that he gets on and he continues and he walks that same pace where he zips across. It takes these girls, so right here, those girls are 4.5 minutes away from the start of the bridge. You guys understand what I'm saying here? 4.5 minutes away. And then he takes off and he gets across in 3 minutes and he hides on the other side. Okay? And then when the girls cross the bridge, the theory is that he came from this side, went out here and passed them, turned around and came back. I'd say a problem with that would be, I mean, either way it's Richard Allen, though. There isn't like this other guy that, just sort of To me, it's just so obvious. I just don't get it, man. It's just so strange. There's so many people are going, I don't know, I think, Hey, wow, thanks. Green-Eyed PI gifting memberships. Got one to Lucy GG and to Nicely Done. Welcome. And thanks, Green-Eyed PI. Yeah. So, let's see. So, one of the things, though, that kind of disrupts the idea is that Libby was on the end of the bridge, and she was looking for a path down. Where was that person? I guess he'd already passed them, though. So he would have already came past, went like 100 feet out, and then turned around and came back. So I guess, but Libby was off the bridge for a while, so we don't know what the timing was there. And you also have to keep in mind that the bridge guy video, where when we saw him, the public saw those 2 seconds, that's near the end of the video. He's about 55, 56 feet away at that point. That was something it was almost kind of unbelievable when we figured that out. It's like, that's something that, hold on. So it's right over here. So originally, when the video first came out, we all thought that the video was taken when Libby was standing on platform 6. This is the platform to the left of the bridge guy, and then the forked trees like over here. But it's way back there. So the video actually started when the bridge guy was back here, and then about 30 seconds later, he is in a position where he's only 50-something feet away. He makes it to right here. So this is at 2:14-ish, because it's really... what time was it? It's 2:14 and 34 seconds is when it ends. And it started at, right back here at 2:13 and 51 seconds. That's when the video started. And so that means he walked all the way over here, and he was literally right, not there, I would say about a little bit further, about right here, past platform 6, the one that we all thought the video was taken from. It's amazing how perspective changes, like distance, etc. Okay? So yes, I would say that, it is possible that after Betsy Blair saw Richard Allen, right here, so right down there, right after Betsy Blair, or, let's go back over here. So Betsy Blair sees, she's in yellow. Right now, he starts walking across. He could have made it across the bridge, and then he would have had to hope the girls crossed, that's crazy. Or was wouldn't that be weird if they're... See, a lot of times law enforcement thought that he was there targeting Abby and Libby. And a lot of us have theories out there that he knew that Abby and Libby were going to be there. And I don't think it's a crazy theory at all. And in fact, some of the information that just came out the other day is a little bit, it was like for us who have been following this case the whole time, it was really kind of startling, really, when they said that Richard Allen went to his mom's house that morning. How weird, too, because remember how Keegan Kline used the mother story, too, that day? Like, oh, yeah, it was over. That's so weird, but he goes to Peru, Indiana. I guess it's really, Mexico, Indiana, but it's the same place, really. Like right there, it's right here's Mexico, Indiana. And Keegan Kline and his dad lived in this town, Peru, Indiana. And everybody thought that there was a connection between the Klines and Richard Allen, but we're told that there's no connection at all. But now we find out that morning he's right there. Come on. That is some crazy stuff. Okay. There's no proof of any of that. I'm just throwing it out there. Just really wild. And apparently, based on information that's in some of the documents, they worked at Keegan Kline's dad and Richard Allen worked at the same company. I don't know if it was at the same time or if they knew each other or anything like that, but you might want to keep that like in the back burner. But I was told by one of the investigators that they were unable to prove, or let's say they weren't able to find a connection. So that means by whatever method they were using, they couldn't find a connection, which is usually digital information. But if somebody had just told somebody, hey, I got these 2 girls, the catfishing account. Hey, remember the Keegan Kline had the Anthony Shots profile, which was a catfishing account. For those new people here, you're not hearing it in this trial. So if you're new and you don't know this case, this is pretty crazy stuff. Hey, thanks, Lisa. Or Lisa. Not sure which one was right. But in this case, before Richard Allen was arrested, in fact, all the way up until Richard Allen was arrested, Keegan Kline was sort of the main person everybody was looking at, because he had a catfishing account that was communicating with the account of Libby, and was communicating with Abby and Libby, I think mainly just Libby though, that weekend. I mean, so there's Saturday, Sunday, they were killed on Monday when they went to the bridge. So they were being communicated with by this catfishing account, Keegan Kline. And he was using an Anthony Shots profile, a guy that looked like he was a model of some sort. Or he was a model. He was a fireman. He was a model. You know, not unlike me. Can you tell? I mean, look at that. You know. Anyways, yeah, so this guy was a catfishing account. And he was communicating with the girls that weekend, right? And yeah, we're twins, you're right. I mean, it's amazing. We look exactly the same. Gather, you know, it's weird. There's a lot of similarities there, isn't it? Because Richard Allen's phone disappeared, and Keegan Kline's phone disappeared, and Keegan Kline factory reset phones, and Richard Allen factory reset, or didn't factory reset, but his phone's missing. We don't know if he factory reset it. Wouldn't it be amazing though? Here's a theory that was out there, you guys, a long time ago. And so what I'm about to tell you it isn't factual like what I'm showing you with the bridge and everything like that. It's put together speculation based on pieces of information that have been released out there. Okay, so here's the crazy part about it. See, Keegan Kline, he had, they went into his house on February 23rd, or 25th maybe, I think it was maybe the 25th of 2017, because they were able to determine that an account was communicating with Libby that was a catfishing account, and they found the IP address, and it led back to his father, Tony Kline's house. And then Keegan Kline was the person that set it all up and everything. And when they went to the house, they retrieved all of his electronics. He had like tons of cell phones, etc. And all of them had CSAM material on them, just chock filled. And he didn't seem to care that much about that at all, really. He was like, yeah, you know, and he explained what he would do, and you know, how to get a hold of the girls. And there was a Anthony Shots profile, and he also created another one called Emily Ann, which was a female account that would become friends with girls and then sort of hook them up with the Anthony Shots profile, or even try to groom the girls into accepting being with somebody older. You remember that? How the Emily Ann account was like, hey, what's the oldest one you've been with? Oh, yeah, I was with a 45, 50-year-old. Yeah, yeah. You know, trying to get it where that was okay with some of these victims. And so the cops get there, and they go through all those items. That, you know, that they found out all the results way later. This was just a document put together. And when the police got there, you know what phone he didn't give them? The phone that he was using during the time of the homicides, you know, of Abby and Libby. He didn't give him that phone. So he gets taken down to the station. He said he can't find it or something. So they go down to the station, and he is interrogated, and he is asked, you know, questions about, it was like a lie detector test, actually. And he was asked questions about the Abby and Libby case. And then when he comes home, he gets that phone. He quote, finds his phone. He starts uninstalling, deleting apps off the phone to kind of rewrite and write over and completely wipe everything off that phone. So why did he do that? Like, why was he so concerned? He must have known that he was communicating with them, right? And then it turns out that one of the phones that was in this bunch was a Samsung telephone. And that Samsung phone, guess what he said? He said, oh, wow, I found that phone in the back seat of a taxi cab, and so I factory reset it. Now, if anybody believes that, I've got some swampland to sell you. That's absolute garbage. I mean, there's no way he found a freaking Samsung phone and factory reset it. All right? However, what if Richard Allen owned a Samsung phone, and that was his phone? They had just got back from Las Vegas, and they were dealing with some different kind of people over there. You know, so a theory would be that Richard Allen filmed something at the crime scene and somehow gave the phone back to Keegan Kline, and he and his dad go to Vegas, sell that item, and then they get back, and then they're busted on all this crap, and they're the ones that set the girls up for Richard Allen, who had just been to Peru, Indiana, on the morning of the homicides. And I mean, it's pretty crazy, but you know what? It actually kind of makes sense somehow. But there's no evidence that they're connected at this point. But that's a theory out there. All right, it's one that I came up with, but that's kind of crazy. You know, a lot of us we've talked through all this stuff for years. So that's a theory that I put out there, but it's not one that it's not going to make it to court. It's nothing like that. It's just something to keep in mind. I mean, you got to admit it's pretty crazy, right? That he went to Peru, Indiana, Mexico, Indiana, which is 4 miles north of Peru, Indiana, on the very morning, and then he goes straight home, grabs his blue jacket, and bolts over to the bridge on a mission. According to the girls, they said he had his head down. He looked like he was on a mission. Hey, thank you, little puppy paws. So there you go. What do you guys think of that, huh? Yeah. All right, so let's do the last poll here based on everything I just told you, not just now, but on this animation here. The last poll will be, here we go. And if you didn't see it, don't vote. Is Richard Allen bridge guy? Here we go. And this animation is the probable cause document. What happened right there? Huh. All of a sudden do you guys see that question? Oh, there it is. Okay. Something disappeared off the screen. Oh, it's a question and answer, right? That's not a poll, is it? Oh, let me get rid of that. Forget that part. Let me do a poll. That's right, I hit the wrong button. All right, here we go. There's the poll question. There we go. Forget the whatever that QA thing is. I don't know what that is. Hey, thank you, CR. Did Richard Allen's mom say she saw him that morning or day? I don't know. I don't know. And actually, it wouldn't mean anything, even if she did see him that day. He probably went there first, so that would be an alibi of any kind. And I don't know. Yeah, Jesus. Well, hey, Joey, that just means you didn't pay attention to the animation prior. It means you showed up and voted no because you're one of the people that want him to be not guilty. I think the best case scenario for Richard Allen in this trial would be a hung jury. Yeah, he's not going to be found not guilty. I don't know what the defense is going to be throwing out there. They might just put enough trickery in there to fool a few suckers out there. But I think it's sort of like it's kind of like in the election, you know, you got to focus on these key topics, and if you start veering off, you're not doing the right thing. It's like the prosecution needs to always just keep hammering home. Richard Allen said he got there at 1:30 and he left at 3:30. Yes, he changed it later from 12 to 1:30. However, the three girls, Bree and Anna and those girls, they cleared the area prior and didn't see him, so that's a lie. He also said that he was on his stock ticker, but there's no ping of his phone anywhere, so how could he have been looking at stocks? That's a lie. So he got there at 1:30, and we know that because a vehicle matching his vehicle drives by the Hoosier Harvest store at 1:27. It parks at the abandoned CPS building. He gets out of his car and he walks over to the trail. When he gets to the trail, he passes three girls. And guess what? Those three girls saw him, verifying that they were there because they were just filming at a bench at 1:26 as they were heading out. So then he continues on. He walks down to the bridge, and just as he gets to the bridge, about a minute later, Betsy Blair shows up at the parking spot across from the Mears property, gets out of her car, walks onto the trails, and heads towards the bridge, just where Richard Allen said he was going. Richard Allen even said he was on platform 1 and he was looking at fish. Betsy Blair gets to the bridge. Guess what? She sees a man wearing blue jeans, a blue jacket, standing on platform 1, exactly where Richard Allen said he would be at that time. And then she turns around and walks the other direction. Richard Allen said he was wearing light blue jeans, a dark blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hoodie and some sort of head covering. Then, after Betsy Blair turns around, she passes Abby and Libby, and Abby and Libby walk towards the bridge, and guess what? They're going to run into Richard Allen in the same area. And then, just a few minutes later, I think it would be probably 13 minutes later on the other side of the bridge, you see Richard Allen catching up to them on the other side of the bridge where he pulls out a gun, he says hello, pulls out a gun, he says, guys, pulls out a gun, down the hill. And that's all she wrote. Then at the crime scene, they find a bullet that's likely the same bullet he chambered. And guess what? Maybe he just tried to rack again. So racking isn't firing. So you can actually put a clip into a Sig Sauer. You can rack the entire clip out. So maybe he gets there, and I guess the bullet's in there. So he racks a bullet. So it's in the chamber. So originally there wasn't one in the chamber. So he's at the other end of the bridge. He racks a bullet. And then maybe at the crime scene, he doesn't think about it, and he racks another bullet. And that one flies out, and he's not even really paying attention. And it rolls into the the leaves and stuff like that. And he doesn't really care because most people only know that you can determine like the tool marks after it's been fired. And then, so that bullet is likely Richard Allen's. Let's just say it's 90% his, because that's probably what kind of odds. It's probably even greater odds than that. The expert that was in court. However, now let's take a look at it like this. After knowing all of that, when the jury hears that Richard Allen has confessed numerous times, 63 times, but many of them had only information the killer would know. And then that gives the license to the jury to go, okay, then that is his bullet. The girls all did see him. They did say they saw the bridge guy. He's implicating him, and it goes all the way back, and then boom. Okay, that's how it works. And it's true. Richard Allen is bridge guy. There isn't an innocent person in the world that would ever say when asked, hey, is this you in this picture here, bridge guy? Well, if the girl took that picture, it can't be me. Meaning, it looks just like me, but because you're saying she took it, it can't be me. Okay, Ricky. All right, buddy. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, thanks Annabelle Roma, Tammy Lee, and Green Eyed PI, and Michelle H, and Love the Sun 100, and CR. Is there any questions, anybody? I think we were still trying to work our way through those. I got so sidetracked there, though. Pretty crazy. I got my emails. What the hell's going on? Here, let me flip over. Gray, I can't believe it, man. Yeah, I gotta flip over here for a second. Oh shit. Do you know what's crazy, you guys? I mean, if I accidentally show like my email thing on the screen, I got people that sit around and look at them and go, "Ooh, look, he emailed so and so." Aren't people just sick out there? It's like, who cares who I emailed? You don't know what the hell I was talking about. So ridiculous. Anyways, you guys want to continue? Oh yeah. So if for those that are getting here late, this is also something I think is incredibly significant, and I think the prosecution should imply it by wording something cleverly. And I would say, if I was a prosecution, I would say, in closing maybe, Richard Allen was seen by 3 girls on the bridge. And then the next day, after the bodies were found on the 14th, on the 15th, we released an image of the bridge guy. Richard Allen called us the very next day after we asked for help to find that person so we could talk to them. He called us. Was it for him to get ahead of the story? We don't know. But, something like that, you got to suggest it because it's so obvious. Richard Allen got a hold of the police on the tip line because he saw his own picture in the papers. And if you're wondering, wow, what do you mean, Gray? That doesn't look anything like him. It looks like Ron Logan. Well, look at that right there. You don't think that those two people look the same in terms of body structure? Look at that. I mean, it's just, Richard Allen is that guy right there. You know why Richard Allen looks like the guy right there? Because it is him. He said he was. Look at that right there. It's exactly the same. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, Cecil, you're never even around, man. I don't need you to, get some comments in there. Doesn't matter. You're not really ever paying attention. So, anyways, look at right here. You've got the, the shoulders the same. Heck is, the thing is, to make an image like this, you have to scale it down, right? You've got to scale the images so they're the right size. And sure, if there was another, let's say bridge guy is 6'8", and he had short legs and a short torso, and you shrunk him down, he would match this guy because he's got, I'm just saying in general, the proportions and everything are the same, okay? And in this image here, I took an image of Richard Allen while he's playing pool, okay? So Richard Allen's playing pool, and he's looking right at the camera, the same angle right there. And, this is where I put in, look at that. So does that look like it could be consistent, even though it's, it's blurry and everything like that? Can you say, oh, that can't be him? No. No, the eyes and nose and mouth and goatee are all in the same spot, and I didn't alter the shape or anything. I just put it in there. Look at that. Now the lighting's different, comes from the different side, but man, that looks the same to me. And none of this is court-worthy shit. You can't use it in there, but it's good for demonstrative stuff. Yeah. Come on, Timothy. Looks just like him. But why did he do it? Why does any of those people do it, Jesse? Why do any of them do it? Anybody? Anybody know? Yeah, why do you say kind of? Yeah, anyways, I mean, sure, he's got shorts on and jeans, but just structurally, if you squint your eyes and you go, wow, those guys will have a similar look to them, right? You know, this thing here with the face is not, it's never, you know, you could never use it, but what I did it for was, without altering the height or proportions of it, I put it in there, and the nose, mouth, and goatee, because in this picture you can see it in there, and are exactly the same. And this picture, I don't know when the pool picture was taken, you know, the video or anything like that. Libby looked like his daughter. No, we brought that up many times, that, you know, for a long time we've talked about, is it possible that Richard Allen had some sort of, you know, something going on with his daughter, and, you know, you got a picture of his daughter with her wearing one of the Abby and Libby tie-dye shirts laying on a bed. You've got the daughter laying on sitting on the Monon High Bridge in one of the pictures. You know, apparently, you know, what's interesting is Richard Allen's been out to that bridge a whole bunch of times. He's got a lot of pictures from out there. And don't you find it interesting that, I have an interview that I did with Kelsey, and let's see. Well, she did the video for us because we were all working together. So Kelsey did a video with Doug Carter, and I remember both of them saying that the person absolutely is familiar with the area. They said it over and over again. The person's familiar with the area. They knew how to get down, where to go, and look at that. Richard Allen had been out there many, many times, taking photographs for a long time, out there fishing, so he knew the area. That's one of the criteria, right? The person that is bridge guy is somebody absolutely familiar with the area. And Doug Carter also in 2019 in a press conference said, "We want to know who the driver of the vehicle that was parked at the abandoned CPS building was." And guess what? They got the answer when they finally found Richard Allen, and he admits to parking. I mean, that must have been incredible. Because in 2019, he goes, "We want to know who the driver of the vehicle that was parked at the abandoned CPS building." And then all of a sudden this tip comes in, and then when they ask him further questions, he says, "Yeah, no, it's parked at the old building, you know, the old Farm Bureau building, but it's, you know, that's downtown." And then eventually he said the old building, which is right there, and it's like, man, that answered that question. Thank you, Steffi. All right, you guys want to, let's do some call-ins here. Why the hell not? Wait, no, we were still, hold on. I never even got to do this. But man, I got to tell you how jacked up I was, because my theory has been for a year and a half that Richard Allen called the tip line when he saw the picture of himself. And I remember bringing it up, and people were like, yeah, but you know, we don't really know what date that was. And then finally we find out that he called the tip line on February 16th, the very next day, in the morning after this came out. I mean, come on, that's there's no coincidence there. Do you guys want me to go through this, or should we just do calls? I mean, I did get these notes. I do have notes as well. What do you guys want? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, let me go through it. I'll go through it quick. Yeah, and then what I'll do is I'll get a drink, and we'll start doing the calls, all right? Because I need it whenever I'm doing these calls, because we get some wild ones, I tell you. Okay, and then, so we already went through the first part. It said, after a short break, the jury returned to the courtroom to hear ISP Lieutenant Jerry Holeman continued Cross-examination by defense attorney Andrew Baldwin. Holeman told the jury he told Richard Allen 2 lies during October 26, 2022 interview. One of the lies Holeman wasn't lying to him. Oh, good. So that's the one I was just telling you about earlier, that he wasn't lying when he said that there was witnesses who identified him as bridge guy, because they did. He said he was that guy, and they said, yeah, well, that guy's a bridge guy. Hey, thank you, CR, for gifting a membership to Michelle DiNardo. I'm not lying to you, Rick. That's unethical. Baldwin quoted saying this was a quote from Holeman to Allen. Yeah, but he's trying to convince him that he's not lying. Holeman then said he told Allen, "You're going to drag your effing wife and daughter through this because you're too effing bullheaded to get out in front of it?" Baldwin claimed Holeman said this to get into Allen's head about how this would impact his family. Baldwin also said Holeman did not send the unspent cartridge to another agency for a second test to see if it matched Allen's Sig Sauer. He continued by saying Allen's drive home after the interview was recorded, but a quote Holeman claimed Allen made earlier in October was not recorded. Right. They didn't record it, but guess what, Baldwin? He asked him in the interview about that quote that wasn't recorded, and Richard Allen answered him. Therefore, it verifies that he did tell Holeman that same thing on the 13th. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get that? So on October 13, 2017, or 2022, when Holeman and Richard Allen were in the car, Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over, right? Something like that. And then he asked him about it on the 26th. Like, what did you mean when you said that? And he answered that. So it doesn't matter that it was recorded. It was referenced later, all right? Various law enforcement officers said they believed Allen... Wait, hold on. I think I was up. Baldwin claimed Holeman said this to get... Yeah, okay, and then Baldwin then questioned Holeman on the theory about where Richard Allen's car was parked on February 13th. Holeman answered that he didn't have a theory, but couldn't name witnesses who knew where his car was. He also said he didn't watch security camera footage that showed Allen's car near the trail. See, I find that, I have to be honest, I just find that astounding. That he said he didn't watch any of the surveillance footage on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. I mean, my God, I'm just telling you, if I was in that investigation, I want to watch every single second of every single thing, and I would. You guys know me, right? I mean, I'd be watching every second of that, zooming in, trying to figure out stuff, and I don't understand that. I know he delegated it to somebody else, but I mean, hopefully he looked at still frames or something. That's something I just don't know what that means, Baldwin then questioned Holeman on his theory. Yeah, so then it said he didn't watch security camera footage that showed Allen's car near the trail. Various law enforcement officers said they believed Allen left the crime scene by 3:30 p.m. and his role in the murders was finished by 4 p.m. The officers also did not believe, various law enforcement officers said they believe Allen left the crime scene by 3:30 p.m. and his role in the murders was finished by 4 p.m. So he leaves the crime scene around 3:30. I wonder if, so I think there might be a piece of information that only the killer would know, that they're getting that from that 3:30 time frame. Hey, thank you, Muddy Paws. Great, quick question. I'm doing some research on the OS that was running on Abby's phone at the time. Do you know if they found both a still image and video? No, they just found the video. So the still frames that you see are from the video. They only have a video. All right, let's see. Yeah, so that'd be interesting. 3:30. They think he left the crime scene, but he's muddy and bloody at 3:57. Holeman then told the jury he believed one person killed Libby and Abby, but he does admit that first he thought there was more than one, may have been involved. Holeman commented on remarks saying that will help. Well, you said there may have been. That'll add up to our little Odinist theory coming up here. Holeman commented on remarks made by past law enforcement about Libby's death, then said they tried to analyze the height of Bridge Guy from the video, but didn't think it would be accurate. Baldwin claimed, if you have that right rail, you should be able to do it. If you have the right rail. But I've never seen that in any videos. And I'm hoping that anybody out there that saw the video in court, can you see the right, not his right hand rail, but to the right of the screen, the rail. So when we watch this this video right here, you see how the square that I'm moving around, you never get to see the right rail in it. Now I tried my best by lining something up over here and then assuming the rail's over here, and it's 6'6" between here and the other side. And then I was also thinking, see the darkness over there? I was hoping that would be the height, but there's actually shadows on the railroad ties themselves, so I can't tell. The bottom's probably right in there, but if you could get that, then you slide over to the left, grab a chunk that would be the 4 inches, and then stack them all up there, and you'd probably have something that was relatively close, But, yeah, anyways. You need the right rail in that one, but you can kind of try to reconstruct it if you can get the camera in the right spot. But you'd have to do something that is absolutely technically sound. And if you don't have the right rail, I don't know if there's really a way to do it. Unless, like if you could take the original one and change the contrast and literally see where the right rail hits the railroad ties, and those are 4 inches tall, then you could probably come up with something that would be, mildly accurate, but I don't know. Hey, thanks, Esther M. Always great stuff. Great, excited for a little bit of beer with olives, and oh yeah, those are good. Hey, you guys got to try that. The Broken Scout, one of my moderators, I haven't seen him in a while, but he does. There's these beers he drinks. You take like a Coors Light or something, and you put like 5 or 6 green olives in there with a little bit of salt, Oh man, it's freaking awesome. It's called the Broken Scout. Yeah. Newbie here, did you make a timeline of events? Which time? Well, we just went over it, the whole thing. I can do it again in a little bit if you want, but anyways, Holeman then told the jury he believed one person killed Libby and Abby, but first thought more than one may have been involved. Holeman commented on remarks made by past law enforcement about Libby's death, then said they tried to analyze height of the Bridge Guy. That's what I said, Dirty Scout. Yeah, I said that. From the video, but didn't think it would be accurate. Baldwin chimed in to say that service would have cost around $10,000 to get the height. You'd have to get them out there, I don't know why you wouldn't pay the money to get that. I guess maybe, if they come up with an answer that's like, well, we think he's 5'10", how accurate are these people? Because then you're stuck with something. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things like, you can prove that he is Bridge Guy already. Do you want to have this technical analysis that isn't really, do you know it's even 100% accurate? And it gives a number that doesn't fit, and you're like, shit, Like you've already locked him in as Bridge Guy with the witnesses and his own words. Yeah, so when I originally did this, I came up with 5.3 to 5.4 a long time ago, and I remember I sent it to, I think Robert Ives, but the way I did it wasn't really technical, so they were like, yeah, we have to do it a different way. We're not really sure. But even they had, like, law enforcement had 5'6" to 5'10". The FBI did. So they're pretty close, right? I mean, that's right there in the ballpark. So he wasn't some tall guy. And I've seen that. The FBI originally came out and said 5'6" to 5'10". And I think that's pretty damn accurate. There's been mistakes made. Then Baldwin asked Holeman if he knew about the hair found in Abby's hand that wasn't fully tested until last week. Right, that meaning you didn't go try to identify the exact person. They knew it was likely related to Libby, and it's a female, so they probably said, well, we don't need to go any further. And I totally agree. Why do you need to do that? Okay, but then this week, then they started getting DNA from people, and they're testing it. And let's see whose it is, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, it was a female. I said that already. KK. I said that on the show way before you read about it. Annabelle Roma, yes, they are. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I watch too much true crime, but even with a good cleaning, it seems they still leave some blood behind. Right. Yeah, they didn't need to do any more testing. But they did it to appease the defense team, make it seem like they did shoddy work on that too. But they didn't, Here's the thing is, Abby had on Libby's sweatshirt, okay? Abby had on Libby's sweatshirt. And the sweatshirt was also given to Libby by Kelsey. So, of course, there's going to be hairs all over the place, and when Abby had to put her hands through it, and I believe Abby was still alive, and she dressed herself. So when we have all these, you had to take her hands and place it through the jacket, one single solitary man acting alone, all this crap that the defense tries to say, Abby was still alive when I think she dressed herself. And she put her shoes on, the sweatshirt on, the pants on, then the shoes on, and the reason I believe that is because the way her hands were at the crime scene were like this. Here, I'll show you how her hands were, just so that you have a picture of it for people who haven't seen it. So it's like this. This is how her hands were. So how girls, they have the sweatshirts, and so it's like this kind of thing, and then curled up. I mean, it's sad as shit, but I'm just letting you know her hands are kind of like that, all right? Like that when she's on the ground. Now, there's no way in hell somebody would have posed somebody like that. All right? I don't even think you can do it. I think that's how she was, because at one point she got cold at the end, and I think, so I think the killer with his gun, Richard Allen, had the girls remove their clothing. He threw Libby's tie-dye shirt in the water, Abby's gray sweatshirt with the hood on it, Abby's pants, there was underwear in the water, but somehow Libby's pants and Libby's sweatshirt were still on land, and that's what Abby was allowed to dress in. So, I don't know, that's kind of, oh yeah, Daphne? Sweet. Awesome. He would have never been caught if he didn't get filmed, or if he had taken her phone. Yeah, no, it is kind of interesting. If he was never filmed, those three girls would never have been able to say that the guy that we saw is the same person in Libby. So Libby, they've always said it. I mean, both girls are heroes because they didn't leave each other. But, you got to give Libby a lot of props, because she actually, she's the one that filmed the bridge guy, a.k.a. Richard Allen, as he's coming across the bridge. All right, let me go back down here. Baldwin and Holeman discussed the sticks found at the scene and on top of the girls' bodies. Oh, that was today, huh? Holeman said the sticks were used to conceal the crime. That's exactly what I think. But they weren't positioned any specific way. Well, I mean, I will say that both girls seem to have the the main, the bigger branch sort of positioned similarly, and then another one cross. And I think he got interrupted in the middle of continuing to build that and put like some leaves on top, but got the hell out of there. So he's like, one stick here, one stick there, one stick here, one stick there, you know, like going back and forth. Then it says, Baldwin mentioned Libby's phone. Oh yeah, Holeman then told the jury he thinks that the killer heard people on the bridge and then killed the girls. Now I think that is possible. I do. It's just a theory, he said. Holeman added that 2 witnesses, Betsy, but it's weird that he said that, because we heard that in one of the confessions, perhaps, Richard Allen mentions that he was interrupted. And also in the opening statements, they said that. But wouldn't we know what he was interrupted about? So if Holeman's saying that, then is that why he was interrupted? Because here's the thing. We know there's a girl named Cheyenne, and a couple of her friends, they were on the bridge at like 2:50. So literally, you know, just 30-something minutes later, and the wind, from the research that I did a long time ago, the wind was blowing just like this, watch, straight across to the crime scene, just like that. And so somebody at the crime scene, you'd be able to hear anybody talking on the bridge really easily. However, somebody on the bridge wouldn't be able to hear very well over this direction, because you know how wind affects the sound of voices, right? Yeah, so I think he would have been able to hear from over there. He thinks killer heard people on the bridge and then killed the girls. It's just a theory, he said. Holeman added that 2 witnesses, Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh, were believable, and also said they once considered the idea that there were 2 people on the bridge. So they did. I remember at the very beginning, very beginning, they talked like that. He goes, the voice you're hearing doesn't mean it's the same person you see in the video. Remember that first guy? And then not too long after that, Carter said, there's only one voice in the video. It can't, you know, and then really say that it comes from the person in the video. I don't know why it took so long to develop that. It seems really pretty obvious. I mean, the guy, you see him walking, and, you know, you can hear the crunching of his feet as he exits the end of the bridge and he's talking. Now, are you saying that he all of a sudden joined up with somebody else? Wouldn't Libby have looked behind him and said, hey, what do you know, say something to this other person standing there? Holeman also agreed he believed the phone stayed underneath, I guess we're not there yet. Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh were believable, and also said they once considered the idea that there were 2 people on the bridge. Baldwin mentioned Libby's phone last ping from a cell phone tower at 5:44 p.m. February 13th. Holeman mentioned that Libby's sister, Kelsey Siebert, did not have her phone data extracted, but he didn't need that information to arrest Allen. Holeman mentioned that Libby's sister, why would it matter if her cell phone data was extracted? She has nothing to do with anything. Except, here's the thing, everybody. See, this defense team, I'm gonna be honest with you here. These 2 defense attorneys are whack jobs. They are nut job, conspiracy theory, just nutters, okay? They are going through the full playbook of all the crazy, stupid, just unbelievably dumb shit that was going on all these years. Don't mean to swear, but it's just true. For all these years, there's been these crazy theories. There's been people that accused Kelsey of doing something. Slow Joe, for example, this idiot from, like, I don't know if he's South African or Australian, has this channel, absolute embarrassment to mankind, whose name was actually on the Odin document, because he is a crazy, stupid person who one time did a whole show and And you know that movie Time to Kill, in the courtroom when Matthew McConaughey's saying, now close your eyes and just follow me. Yeah, go ahead. And he does that whole scene, but he pretends that he came up with it. Like he didn't know that people would remember. And then he throws Abby and Libby in there. And he has the same crying at the same time. And I actually had just watched the movie, so I knew exactly what he's doing. So I took his crap and like played it next to Time to Kill and just totally busted him on it. And then he was like, well, I was just doing it, you know. He just, I mean, what kind of a loser does that? I mean, you just think about that for a minute. Anyways, these guys go after the family. They've accused Becky because somehow, like, she's an appraiser, and she photographed like the Flora firehouse at one time. I mean, there isn't like 1 million appraisers in the area, you guys. The ballpark brings in money. You know, we've given that ballpark funds. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Yeah, so it's just one time. Oh yeah, how about this one? Becky is in Libby's room, and she's going over and looking at the stuff on Libby's bed, and she grabs something, and a book falls off, and Slow Joe goes, oh, look at how she slyly knocked that book off. And then look at that, she's picking it up, and then she hands it to James Renner. See, that's and I'm like, well, what do you mean? She handed it to him. Why didn't she just grab it and hand it to him? Why does it have to be nefarious that the book hit the ground and then she picked it up? And I mean, this guy, these people are nuts, and the defense team believes these people. That, like, literally, like, almost all of their theories have come from these crazy people. And when you read the Odin document, the Frank's memorandum, you can tell it's just this amalgamation of all of these different people out there. And I think that's why they're saying, you didn't check Kelsey's phone? Oh, we got something to say about that. Let's see. Holeman also agreed he believed the phone stayed underneath Abby's back from 3:30 p.m. to when they were found on February 14th. State Prosecutor Nick McClellan chimed in to ask if there were any signs the girls died, then were put into a car and moved. Holeman said no. Yeah, so they're preempting what the defense is going to come out with. They're going to really focus in on the fact that Libby's phone pinged started receiving messages at 4:33 a.m. in the morning on the 14th, and make it seem like the phone was somewhere else and then put back underneath there. And I mean, it's just, okay, I'll tell you what. I'll agree with that if you say it was Richard Allen who brought the phone back and put it there. Session ended with 2 questions from the jury. The first question asked if there was a way bridge to get where the girls were without crossing the bridge. What is that saying? Asked if there was a way to get where the girls were without crossing the bridge. Yes. But that didn't happen. So the way that you can get to the girls were without crossing the bridge are this way right here. At the beginning, had the girls been forced to go around like this, there is a path over there, and they would have been put right here. But that's not what we know. That didn't happen, right? Because at the end of the bridge over here was where the bridge guy is seen, and they were forced to go down the hill right there. Okay? And the crime scene is right there. So they were forced to go down the hill, and this is where the crime scene is. The other way to go would be to, I guess you'd have to get into a vehicle, drive way over here, you know, those really stealthy criminals, and they would drive way over here like this, up around like that, drive all the way back over here, go over to the cemetery right here, and then take the girls down the hill and put them right there. But why would you bring them back to the same place they went missing from when people are walking around searching? Does that make any sense, anybody? Well, the answer is no. Hey, thank you, Rebecca Hayes. Yeah, anyway. Wow. Yeah, the defense is going to claim that when Abby and Libby were taken down the hill over here, they were put into a car and taken somewhere, and then later brought back to the crime scene over here instead of taking them like here somewhere. Yeah, like right. Yeah, like right there. Why don't you just take them right there into a field? I mean, it's stupid. So you bring them right back to the exact same place they went missing from in the same night that people are looking. Yeah, what? It's just a complete load of crap. You know, the phone re-engaged probably. Maybe the conditions outside allowed a signal to come in for a moment. But this is way down the hill. Look at this. So look at that bank right there at the bottom of this, and way down here in the woods. And the cell tower, however, is right there. You can see the shadow on it. It just lost connection because they're down a cliff. The signal will have to go through a mountain. But maybe the weather changed at some point and allowed for it to bounce off something, and boom, it connected to the phone for a moment. It's just obvious, you guys. They were killed where they were found. So you're going to say that they were taken away, then marched down the hill at a later time? And this is where they're going to bring in, well, they can't bring in Ron Logan now, but that's where Ron Logan isn't, they're not able to use Ron Logan, but you know that they would want to try to do that. Yeah, let's blame it on the dead guy, you know. That's how you do it. All right, let's see. The second question was if he knew Libby's dad was shouting for the girls. He said no. So a jury question they were wanting was, yeah, so maybe that's what interrupted him. And he got there at 3:13, and he said he went to the bridge twice. You know, so that's kind of interesting. Hey, thank you so much, Kylie K. Cosmos. I heard BK was the driver. That's right. Brian Koberger was the driver of the vehicle driving by the CPS building. He did 4 laps, though. All right, so we did that one. Is there another one up here? No, that was it. Right? And then court adjourns for Saturday. Okay, yeah, so that's it for that. And then I do have this. Yeah, today's the 26th, right? Okay. So these are like summary notes, but I'm not really sure. Let's see. ISP Lieutenant Jerry Holeman believes Allen was interrupted during crime by people yelling, searching for Abby and Libby. We were told Friday it would be DNA analyst instead. State called Lieutenant Jerry Holeman. DNA person will be on Monday. So there is a DNA person on Monday. Next week we'll see both Allen's interrogation videos. Boom. Direct by Nicholas McClellan. He's the lead investigator on Delphi Murder Task Force. Trained in various forms of interviewing, including using deception to elicit responses and read their body language. Prosecutor McClellan asks, I remember Holeman actually, not too long after the homicides, wasn't in Delphi for, God, it seems like a year, because he went to the FBI for training. It was pretty amazing. He was there for like a long time. Prosecutor McClellan asks about the 1026 interrogation of Richard Allen, his second interrogation. Tried to build rapport, talking about their shared military experience. Allen was in the Army, just barely. Holeman asked Allen if anyone ever borrowed his car, gun, or clothing for long periods. No. Allen said he didn't have his gun when he visited trails on February 13, 2017. That's when I confronted him about his round being found at the crime scene, 6 inches from Liberty German's ankle. Allen denied it, couldn't explain how his round got there. During the course of interrogation, Allen became more agitated. Holeman asked Allen what he meant by the comment on the October 13th, 2022, that he said, "It's over, it doesn't matter." I think it was, "It doesn't matter, it's over." Yeah, see, Allen said You've already talked to my neighbors and coworkers, and everyone thinks I did it. The damage is done. You've ruined my life. Well, I don't know, because they had the search warrant on the 13th. So, I don't know why anybody would know anything. Maybe the questioning of those people led to part of that, but I didn't see that in that. The damage is done. So he had 2 weeks to think about what that meant. There's no way somebody would say that. If you're innocent, you don't say that. You just go, I didn't do this, you know. But he said, it's over. It doesn't matter. It's over. Well, would you really say that? Yeah, I don't know. The Richard Allen fan club will think it makes total sense. To me, it doesn't. Allen said you've already talked. Okay, and then it says Holeman admits lying to Allen when he said witnesses and experts positively ID'd him on the trails and in the video shot by Liberty German. Allen said, no way, that's his bullet. McClellan said, did you ask if he did it? Holeman, yes. He said, no. McClellan, how many denials did he make? Holeman, 20 to 25. That's a guess. Allen said he'd never been to the crime scene area for any reason. Allen mentioned he had depression and anxiety. Holeman, after asked him 20 to 25 times about the crime, he became agitated. Allen, I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do. No matter what you do to me, I'm never going to tell you I did something I did not do. Oh, well, you know why they're playing that? Now I get it. They're playing that because when he confesses, you can just play that and go, well, you said you'd never say something that you didn't do, so you confessed here with information that only the killer would know, so I guess you're admitting that you did do it now because you would never confess to something. Oh, that's great. That's genius. I never even thought of that. I hope the jury catches on to that. That's it right there, isn't it? That's awesome. Man, that's perfect. I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do, and then he confesses later. That's awesome. Yeah, man, that's perfect. Allen denied contacting girls or knowing them. Allen grew more agitated. Holeman said he indicated he was pissed off. And here's the thing, everybody. See, a lot of people think the small town justice crap. Ooh, it's all bull. Why didn't they go after, just pin it on Ron Logan and get it over with, The guy didn't, he died. You could just make something up. And with all the evidence we've got, everybody, we think it's Ron Logan and just make up some bullshit. Or, hey, how about Keegan Kline? Look at this guy. He was the catfishing account. But they didn't do that. This tip actually came in, and they're like, holy crap. And finally, the person that literally should have been arrested within a week falls in their lap, and by investigating him, he answered all the questions that they've always been looking for. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Yeah, everyone wants CSI. Common sense has disappeared because of the CSI effect, Jesse Jean. Thanks, little puppy paws. It doesn't matter. It's over. But don't you think the most damning line of them all is when they said, hey, Richard Allen, see this picture of the bridge guy here? Is that you? Well, if the girl took the picture, it's not me. That is horrendous. I mean, if you saw a picture that wasn't you, you'd look at it and go, yeah, that's not me there. Nope. You wouldn't say to somebody, well, if they're saying, if you're saying she took it, then no. But other than that, it looks exactly like me, and I would have said it was me. But if you're saying she took that picture, then it's not. Well, maybe they should have said, well, no, she didn't take that. It was a... So that would have been a great time for Holeman to have lied again and said, well, no, this picture right here wasn't taken by her. It was a trail camera. And then he would have said, well, yeah, then that's me then. Oh, God, see, he had a chance too. Liggett could have done that. When he said, well, oh, man, that would have worked, right? He said, well, if one of the girls took that, if the girl took that picture, then no, it wasn't me. Oh, okay, well, yeah, but that wasn't the picture the girl took. That was done by a trail camera that we had posted at the end over on this other side. And we saw this picture, and we were just wondering if this is you. And he would have went, yeah, that looks like me. Yeah, that's my jacket. Okay, put your hands, like arrested right now. That would have been clever, right? That would have worked. It's hard to think of that stuff right as it's happening, though. But man, that would have worked, wouldn't it? Oh man. Because he's saying if that is, and you could say, well, no, there's one similar to this. It's the other guy that's hiding on the other side of the bridge. It's amazing, everybody. Alan denied contacting girls or knowing them. Alan grew more agitated. Holeman says at this point he raised his voice and started cursing to match him. Holeman said Alan never changed his answer about loaning the gun. McClellan, did you ever give an explanation about how a bullet cycled through his gun, got to the crime scene? Holeman said no. Well, but if he's denying it being his bullet, he's not going to have an explanation of it. Holeman said Alan said he was on the trails on 2/13/2017. He said, I already told you I was out there, took a break in interrogation, and Holeman allowed Kathy Allen into the room. Holeman observed from outside. He told Kathy if she asked for a lawyer, they'd have to let her go, and that proves that he was given his Miranda rights. And I think that's why they put this in there. I wasn't sure, but now I'm thinking, okay, that's why they put that in there, because Richard Allen himself is telling his wife that if you ask for a lawyer, they'll let her go. And so he knows that too about himself. Allen reported usually carrying his gun in a side holster, which is interesting, right? When you look at the bridge guy picture here. Watch, let's do it again. Look how his hand is propped up right there. And see, is there a side holster that he's actually... See this part right here, you can't see my mouse, but see his right hand, how high that hand is? That's kind of where a holster would be. And is he twisting it sort of sideways where the end of it's out and he's going to pull it out? Because that's definitely a gun that he's got propped up under there. And we know that now. Because the girls even say he's got a gun. Gray, how do you know it's not the other guy? Gee. Hey, thanks, M10. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Allen reported usually carrying his gun in a side holster and usually had one round chambered. So if he had one round chambered in his gun and then he racked one, there would have been a bullet on the bridge. So he likely just had a magazine in, and that story, I don't know, what he's saying there. Most people, there's some guns like a 911, I guess, that you can have one in the chamber, it's cocked back, but there's all these safety mechanisms in it. And you always want to have one in there, I guess, But I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that's sort of a typical self-defense strategy, have one ready to go right away. Hey, Gray, remember the picture he gave to Abby's mom at the pharmacy when she gave it? Yeah, I don't remember which picture it was, though. Didn't he have the pictures from, the memorial service? And I don't think it was Abby's mom. It was, I thought it was Tara, German. That's who I thought it was. I don't know if this gun holster is one of those. So Holeman said he can sometimes tell when someone is being deceptive. McClellan asked him about the training he had on that. Baldwin asked about that training. Holeman said he's trained to look at body language for people touching their face, looking down or away, and not making eye contact. And I guess later Rosie or somebody says, well, you've been looking down quite a bit. Are you being deceptive? I think he said that. But Cleveland, and I think I got that on Lauren on Hidden True Crime, who basically, like, if you were, all I can say is she probably takes the best notes of any, like if you combined all the pool reporters together and then added some other person in there, like when she tells it like as if you didn't miss the day. It's that good. You know, I'm going over the notes, so it's kind of like the shorthand version of it. But if you want all the little details of like, you know, a little side comment here and a thing over there, it's pretty crazy. So while I was critical of her and said some shitty things about, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, I took the time, you know, because she didn't know the case very well, but she's incredibly good at like taking notes, and I think she's already kind of catching up on the case. So I remember thinking, you know, I was just feeling like, man, so many people watch there, but not over here. I actually know what the hell, you know, I've been doing this case for a long time. Like right now I have 955 people watching. That's pretty cool. But these other people who really hadn't been covering the case for all these years, they get like 7, 8, 9,000 people watching. And I always just think, how does that work? You know? I mean, I know this case like the back of my hand, you know. I just know it. I know all the different things, everything. And there you go. So it was kind of frustrating for me. So I did email. I apologized to her a few days ago, and now I'm actually, you know, one of the few people that I can actually say, man, that's some good shit, you know. So I like that. Yeah, it's just kind of a strange phenomenon sometimes, you know. I mean, I think even if I was there, I would probably only have like maybe 1,500 to 2,000 maybe, which would be cool, right? I mean, that'd be great. But, you know, I felt bad for being critical and, you know, said stupid shit. One of the things, though, I think what you get on my channel is when we're going through this stuff, I have all the context and like the information from before, so I know something is interesting that somebody else might not think is interesting. You know, like they might think, oh yeah, and they just give you a data point, but I know where it sort of fits in and what it means, you know. Right, yeah, Nathan, boy, that's genius. Hey, everybody, Nathan said 950 is better than 0. Yay, Nathan, you're absolutely a genius. It's also better than 949. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just telling you that it is frustrating. There's certain sort of genres of people that YouTube bolster, you know. I'm not one of those. I fit into the category that they would never want to, you know, they don't promote. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it is what it is. All right, anyways, it says, God, my nose is just, I gotta go blow my nose. Wow, that felt good. Got about a pound of boogers out of there. All right, next to Gray, that's TMI, you bastard. Oh shit. Oh, you did? Cool. Anyways, this is the place you probably want to go if you want to see. Like, I would actually say if you really want the deep dive court analysis, you'd go watch Lauren over there on Hidden True Crime, and then you'd probably want to come over here later to have it all put together for what it means, you know, because I know this stuff. All right. So isn't that weird? At the top there, we only have is Richard Allen Bridge Guy. We have 78% of the people, and so since there's new people in here right now, I'm going to do it again because you don't want to miss your opportunity to show people the timeline here. Here, I'm going to move this camera back here a little bit, and then maybe just move it down a little bit like that. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. All right. Do you guys see this? So here we go. Just pay attention, everybody. Try to pay attention. Yeah, I actually, asked her sometime if she ever wanted to do a, collaboration. But anyways, look at 12:43. The three girls are right here at the start of the bridge. However, they got there earlier, so they're probably here at like 12:20. Walked down. But Richard Allen's second story was that he got to the bridge at 12 and left at 1:30. But that's a lie, right? I mean, these girls were here the whole time. When they walked down, they didn't see him. When they walked back to here, they didn't see him. And then they're right here at 1:26 after hanging out. And then Richard Allen at 1:26, the girls are right here. Now watch that black car drive by right there. See that? Bing, bing, bing. And it drove by the Hoosier Harvest store there at 1:27 and somehow like 32 seconds. And then it parks over here at the abandoned CPS building because he himself said he parked at the old Farm Bureau building, but there is no Farm Bureau building there. It's only the abandoned CPS building. And then eventually he said he parked at the old building. So then Richard Allen in blue gets out of his vehicle and he heads to the Freedom Bridge. And then he says he passes three girls upon entering the trails. And those same three girls said they passed him. And there was actually four girls. There was a 12-year-old in there. And then Richard Allen keeps on walking. These girls are doing whatever they're doing over here slowly. And then eventually they make their way and they get across where the old State Road 25 is. And then Betsy Blair comes around in the red car. And she parks her car just after Richard Allen would have made it to the start of the bridge. Because he said he went to the bridge. It takes 11 minutes to get there. She drove by here at 1:46, or I think it's 1:46, right? 1:46. Let me get this out open here. I have the exact time. It's she drove by there at 1:46. She drove right there at 1:46, parked her car. Richard Allen had just got to the bridge at about the same time because it takes 11 minutes. So let's say it was a little bit quicker and he got there at 1:44. Ooh, boy, he was quick. All right, but she got here at 1:46 and some gets out of her car, and watch, she starts walking. She's the one in yellow here. Betsy Blair and Abby and Libby are dropped off in this white car just 2 minutes later. That's Kelsey dropping them off. And so look at, here is Betsy Blair. And so Richard Allen would have had to sprint, like I said earlier, like Carl Lewis on steroids, to have passed Betsy Blair and been over here before she got there. Okay, that's why these kind of animations are so important, because it shows you there's no way. So he goes to the bridge, and guess what? He said he was standing on platform 1 in his October interview. October 13th interview, or the 26th, he said he was standing on platform 1. And I think that's maybe in the Holeman interview, and perhaps that's what they want tossed out. But it's already been mentioned. No, I don't know if they've mentioned yet that he said he was standing on platform. They might have done that, though. So anyways, Betsy Blair walks to the bridge, and there he is. Richard Allen, he's still sitting there. I mean, like I said earlier, nobody goes to a bridge to look at fish and look for 1 second. He walks to the bridge, looks out, okay, boom, and he runs away. He's heading out really quick. And even then, he would have had to sprint. But if he just looked at fish for 2 minutes, that means Betsy Blair is already down in this area. And then she gets to the bridge. And by the way, as I said earlier, she said in court that she was about 50 feet away from... she said she was about 50 feet away from Richard Allen, who was on this first platform right here. Okay, that's the first platform. And I measured from here. Watch, I'll do it right now. Watch this. Okay, look at this. First platform to... And I'm looking up at the top. I put this on feet. Watch. All right. there. Oh, wow, that makes sense, right? 50 feet. So she walked right to the start of the wood. You see how the wood starts right there? Right. So right where the bridge starts, she walked 50 feet. So that's what I've always believed. Except at trial, you know what she said, everybody? She said that she turned around at the barricade. And I always thought, when I heard that, I went, wait a minute, the barricade's back a bit. And there's the barricade right there. You see that dark line on there? That's the barricade. And watch this. We're going to measure this from the barricade to the first platform. And we get 111 feet and yards. It's 37 yards. Okay? That dramatically changes, I believe, the perception of like what she could have seen. I mean, we're talking like over a third of a football field, 111 feet away. Of course, she didn't see perfectly, and therefore, so I hope the prosecution actually brings that up, because I think it's actually very important that, it would actually give the jury more like, okay, well, she saw the same guy, she just, her perception. How would you be able to tell how tall somebody was? And when she pointed him out, she goes, yep, the guy in the video is the one I saw. Yeah, it's just, it's crazy. So here we go. Betsy Blair makes it to the bridge, or the barricades. Then she turns around and she walks back, and she's moving quick because she's exercising. And then about halfway back, she passes who she knows to be Abby and Libby. She saw their pictures in the paper and was like, oh my God, I passed them. And it absolutely makes sense because they were dropped off here at 149. Okay? And so she passed them, and then guess what? Those two girls, Abby and Libby, the next person they're going to see is Richard Allen, and he passes them. Now, here is a possibility. It's possible. Okay? Here's where the possibility is. So right here, when Betsy Blair gets to Richard Allen and turns around, like right now, Richard Allen could have started walking, or even right here, started walking the other direction and gone this way, like this, behind Betsy Blair and past Abby and Libby, and then snuck out right here at the Mears parking area, and then made it to 300 and went back over, like that. Okay? I mean, that's a possibility, except that's not what their theory is. That's not what their theory is. It's crazy. Anyways, so the other theory is this. If you want to say that the bridge guy came from the other side of the bridge and then passed the girls and then turned around to get on them. You get what I'm saying? So what we're talking about is, let's say the girls, they cross the bridge, but there's a guy here, and then he goes this way, and then he turns around and comes back at him, and that's what the filming is. That's what theory that they might be saying is by the real killer. Okay? But it doesn't make sense, you guys, because Richard Allen did not do that other theory going back this way and up that way, because the same person Betsy Blair saw is the same person that was on the other side of the bridge saying down the hill to the girls. Okay? Right, and so the other theory would be that right here, Betsy Blair goes this way, and then the girls pass him, and he goes this direction, but I would have him not going in that direction. I would say right after Betsy Blair sees him, he starts crossing the bridge, and he gets across in 3 minutes, because these girls are going to take 4 minutes to get here, and he makes it to the other side and hides. And then, when the girls get there, he passes them, turns around, comes back, and it's still Richard Allen the whole time. Okay? It's still him the whole time. You can't get out of the fact that Richard Allen is the bridge guy, right? It just is what it is. He's up here in blue. He says he got there at 3:30 or 1:30. He passed the Hoosier Harvest Store here at 1:27, and he walks this direction. He passes the three girls. He heads to the Monon High Bridge. The 3 girls saw him. He saw them. All 3 girls said that the person they saw is the guy in Libby's video. And then she continues on. Then Betsy Blair gets out. She sees him there. She also says he's the guy in Libby's video. Betsy Blair passes Abby and Libby. And then Abby and Libby pass the guy that's in Libby's video. Then they go across the bridge. Then the guy in Libby's video takes them down the hill and across the creek. Can I get a boom? Oh, and guess what? At the crime scene, they find likely the same bullet that he cycled into the chamber when he went down the hill, just before going down the hill. And they find that, and it matches his gun, his Sig Sauer P226. It matches. And then, oh, by the way, he eventually will confess on recording, having only information the killer would know. Therefore, at that point, the jury, in their minds, will be allowed to any sort of slight kind of, well, you know, I guess it's all going to come home at that point. It just is what it is, okay? And Richard Allen is the killer, everybody. Thank you very much. It sucks having to even... Anyways, McClellan, let's see, Holeman, I remember one comment. I told him I didn't think he was a bad person. He said that what kind of good person would kill 2 girls? See, I wonder if they're trying to get these lines out for a reason, because I've seen 2 now that I now know are associated with another part of the case. Holeman said Allen said he was on the trail at 2:13:17. He said, I already told you I was out there. Holeman says he got heated. I told him I thought he did it. And he said, then take all your evidence and shove it. No, I didn't say it. And arrest me. Holeman met with other law enforcement outside room, and they felt they had probable cause for an arrest. And then Baldwin said, I noticed you look down a lot. Oh, yeah, so here's that thing. Remember how Holeman said he looks down a lot? I mean, that looking down is a sign of deception. Then Baldwin says, I noticed you look down a lot during your testimony. Is that one of those signs of deception you talked about? Holeman said, yeah. I don't think it was quite like that. I mean, whoever wrote this, I don't know. Baldwin points out Miranda rights missing from start of interrogation video. Holeman said, we had technical difficulties. But as you can see, Richard Allen knew his Miranda rights. That's why he told his wife if she asked for a lawyer that he'd be provided one. Baldwin, this is one of many missing videos in this case, isn't it? Holeman said, we have a lot of technical difficulties. Baldwin said, so we're just going to have to take your word. Holeman, my word and the other witnesses that day. Baldwin said, you told him 2 lies, that witnesses saw him on the trail and that experts see him and hear his voice in the video. When you told him those lies, he still said he didn't do it. Holeman said he did. Ooh. Wow. Okay, wait, no, he did what? He told... Let me see, what is he saying? You told him 2 lies, that witness saw him on the trail, and that experts see him and hear his voice in the video. When you told him those lies, he still said he didn't do it. Holeman said he did. Like, did, or he did say he didn't do it? Okay, maybe he's just agreeing. I don't know. Baldwin said, you told him the prosecutor... by the way, everybody, when this trial's over, I don't care what the price is. I'm buying the transcript. Well, I mean, if it's $50,000, I'm not buying the transcript. But I'll be buying the transcript, and we'll just go over the whole damn thing again. Because I want to know the actual words, don't you? I might even, put it to AI voice so that there's characters doing it. Something like that. Might take a while to do, but what do you guys think of that? You told him the prosecutor wanted to lock him up and throw away the key. Holeman said, I did. Baldwin said, and he still said he didn't do it. Holeman said, He did. Baldwin said, so you put in his head that his wife and daughter would suffer if he didn't confess. McClellan objects about not knowing what's in Allen's head. Baldwin said it was important for you to get a confession out of Richard Allen. You leveraged his wife and daughter to get a confession. You said you're going to drag your wife and daughter through this because you're too bullheaded to admit you did this. Yeah, and guess what? He was right. Because when Richard Allen got to prison, he was exercising, eating food, doing well, and then one day he, he got into religion, and one day when his wife and mother came in, he confessed to them. And he was doing fine, but he found religion, and he wanted to make things right so he could be in heaven with his mother and his family after he dies someday. So he told the truth. He said he confessed to the murders in the phone call with his mother and his wife. And then, by God, his wife says, hey! Calls up the attorneys. Hey, my God, he confessed to me. And then, wouldn't you know, the next day he's as crazy as a lunatic. I mean, he is chewing on paper. He's drooling on his shirt. They had this miracle photograph they just came up with. Drooling on his shirt. And all of a sudden, he's crazy. So obviously those confessions were just, him being nutty. It's just garbage, these guys. That's how they planned it. And I guarantee you that's coming up in this trial, the explanation of how the timing really was, okay? And then I wouldn't be surprised at all if out of those 63 confessions, there might be 40, who knows what the number is, that are intentionally bogus to sort of muddy the waters of the pure confessions, the one where he was really thinking about it, told the truth with information that only the killer would know. However, and then that's why his attorneys recently said, boy, there's a lot of leaks about the crime early on, right? I mean, a lot of leaks and everything. And so they want to think that the leaks are what led to the knowledge that Richard Allen had. But, here's the thing, everybody. The only people that know about some of that inside leaky stuff are people that are really following the case, So why would Richard Allen be following that? Well, maybe he was at the bridge that day, Gray, and he's just so interested. Yeah, anyways, Baldwin, so you put it in his head that his wife and daughter would suffer if he didn't confess. Okay, Baldwin, before that interrogation, you learned about Oberg's firearm examiner analysis. Did you know that she tested a fired round and not a cycled round? Holeman said, I did not. But so what? She explained why. The fired round has more pressure so that the indentations are easier to see. The defects that the ejection causes on the shell. Baldwin said, you didn't send the round to an independent examiner to see if Oberg was wrong. Holeman said, we did not. I thought she did, though. Like she had her own, like her supervisor examined it. Baldwin said, you didn't record when Allen was in your car saying, it doesn't matter, it's over. But you did record when you drove him home after that. Right, but we know that he did say that because Holeman asked Richard Allen about that question in the October 26, 2022 interview. He asked Richard Allen about that comment, and he came up with his own answer. So that virtually proves that he said that comment. Baldwin, do you find Sarah Carbaugh muddy, bloody witness testimony credible? Holeman said, I do. Baldwin said, were you in court when she testified? Holeman said, I was. Baldwin said, and you still find her credible? He said, I do. Baldwin said, witnesses were 4 girls, but Allen saw 3. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. The defense team's going to claim that Richard Allen really did get there at noon and left at 1:30, and when he got there, he saw these 3 girls. 3 girls that never came forward, you guys. They never came forward. What are you bingoing, Cindy? They never came forward. Wow, it's amazing. These 3 girls, they just never thought, wow, we saw this guy there. Well, maybe those 3 girls didn't see him. Yeah. So the 3 and 4 girls thing is just, it's meaningless. There is one of them's 12, and just because he only saw 3 of them doesn't mean, see, those 3 girls saw him. Why do you need it explained? I just explained it a million times. I'm not sure what part you're referring to, Cindy, because you didn't say what you were talking about. Yeah, so there's 3 girls that are actually the witnesses, and then 1 isn't a witness. She's 12 years old. And so 3 of them saw him. Well, they might have all 4 saw him, but one of them's not a witness because she's 12. So 3 are witnesses. They all saw him, and he saw them. So let me ask you this. What are the odds that when the 3 girls at 126 or 135 when they're leaving, what are the odds that they saw a man, one man that is the guy on the bridge, so the bridge guy is the man that they saw, and then what are the odds that at 12 o'clock there were 3 different girls that he saw, and he just happens to be wearing the exact same clothing that the witnesses that the first set of 3 girls saw? I mean, it's just so ludicrous to me. It's not reasonable. Only dumb people, like people that just kind of go, oh God, oh, he said 3, he said 4, and they get so tied up in that, their brains don't work correctly. It's just, it is what it is, okay? Yeah, and he was on a mission, head down, and then so did Betsy Blair. Betsy Blair said he was expecting somebody. Isn't that interesting? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, Cindy. Oh, God, Cindy. Oh, my God. Here we go again. It never ends. It's not bothersome at all. It's just bothersome for people like you. That's all I can tell you. It's just, he didn't see one of them. They saw him. He saw them. His car drove by the Hoosier Harvest store at 127. He parks his car and he walks onto the trail. When he walks onto the trail, he passes what he said were 3 girls. There was 4 girls, but one of them's 12 years old, so he didn't see that one. Those 3 girls, and actually all 4 of them, saw him. Okay? They saw him. The same person that's in Libby's video. Okay? It's just so crystal clear. Why does it have to be exactly the same? Betsy Blair saw 4 girls walking over the Old State Road 25. Come on, Cindy. Jeez. You get caught up on such, it's not a big deal. Now, the defense is going to make a big deal, and you'll get all happy about it and excited, but it's just one of those things. No, they don't have to explain it. They don't have to explain it. They've already said that there was 4 girls there, but 3 of them are the witnesses, and those are the same people that saw Richard Allen, and Richard Allen saw them when he came in. In fact, he was wearing the exact same clothing, and when all of them saw the bridge guy, they go, yeah, that's the guy that walked by. That's all that matters, And he lied as well because his phone isn't even in the area. It didn't ping when he said he was looking at his stock ticker. And those same 3 girls that end up seeing him at 1:30, they were on the trails. I mean, so let me show you that again, Cindy. So maybe you missed that part. I know you want. It's almost like you want him to be. I don't know what to say, but these girls right here at 12:43 right here, they're at the bridge. Okay, you see that? That means that they got there at like 12:20. Or even like 12, because they were just walking really slow, hanging out, doing whatever. And that means if Richard Allen got there at 12, why didn't they see him at any time? And they're here at 12:43. Richard Allen said he went to the bridge. How come they didn't see him here? There's 4 here, though. There's 4 girls. They didn't see him that whole time. So these girls are here in half of the other story time that he told. And then they walk forward and go to 120 at 126. They're right here, and they still haven't seen this guy. And then they went, as they're leaving, they see him coming in at 1:35. They should have been able to see the other guy that looked just like him, which is he's claiming to be him. They should have seen him walking on the trails, but they didn't see him at all. You get it? I know you've seen it 8 billion times, but it doesn't seem like it ever registers with you, Cindy. And yeah, the whole thing about her saying 2:15 doesn't matter either. They have the timestamp. That was just her memory. She just said, yeah, maybe 2:15. You know, that's a half hour later. So what? You know? They all were together. They have a timestamp at 1:26 at the bench, and they left. So it doesn't matter what she said. Like, yeah, and she actually said 2 to 2:15, which then you're looking at, you know, you're 25 minutes later. Yeah, there's just people in here, I don't know, man. They just dig on the most mundane shit. It doesn't matter that one of the witnesses said, well, I left at 2:15. Well, they all left at the same time. They're all part of the same group. And remember how one of them, Libby, messaged them and said, are you guys still there? And they go, oh, we left 10 minutes ago. Well, that's perfect timing for all that. It won't. I'm sure they caught it. I'm sure it was explained. We're not getting all of the explanations of everything. That's just what she said. But she was part of that group, and her memory just isn't correct, you know. That was her original statements. Again, the person she saw was the person in Libby's video. See, if I was on the jury, I wouldn't care about that explanation. Like, oh, she said 2:15. I needed you got to explain it to me. And the answer is that was just her recollection at the time. The timestamp on Bree's photograph tells the story, not the random person. You know, like the random memory of something. I don't know, man. I don't get stuck on that stuff. I mean, there's too many. Here's the thing. There's people that watch trials, and they get stuck on every little thing, and it just bothers them if it's not all packaged up in this perfect little CSI box, instead of just using common sense, you guys. It's simple. This is a simple case. It's not even confusing. Look, again, look at that. Those are the two bodies right there. Those look like the same exact body type. Of course, you can't use that in court, what I just showed you. Hey, Lefty, how about I do the show however I feel like doing the show? You ever thought of that? Holeman said they didn't further test hair in Abby's hand because it came back as a female and familial. Exactly. She's so stupid. Did you analyze the height of the bridge man? We tried, but it would have cost $10,000, and you didn't want to spend that money? No, it wasn't that we didn't want to spend the money. We were told it wouldn't be very accurate. There you go. Boom. That's exactly what I was saying a minute ago. And once you lock it in and you pay somebody as an expert, and let's say they came back and said, oh, he's 6'9". Well, now you're like, and then the guy's 5'3". Well, how could it be somebody that's, you know. So you can't, I kind of agree with that. You know, because they were able to pin in the bridge guy as being Richard Allen without needing to get the height of the person. I will say that when I tried to do it, I got it 5'3", 5'4" early on in the case. It wasn't that we didn't want to spend the money. We were told it wouldn't be very accurate. But they could have gotten you a height within 2 inches. Richard Allen is a short guy, isn't he? Holeman said that they didn't further test hair in Abby's hand because it came back as female and familial, and they didn't have any female family members of Libby who were suspects. I don't know, I think that's sort of the burden of when people watch trials all the time, they need every single little thing buttoned up instead of just saying, you know, like when the girls say, oh, he had brown hair and it was curly, and instead of just going, well, he did have a brown hat on, and they saw him kind of in a confined environment. You know, you just it's him. They all said that the guy in Libby's video is the person they saw. You know what I'm saying? Huh? Well, I need to have a drink. I'm waiting to get to the calls. I got to get through this. All right. There have been mistakes made in this case. Let's do that again. Holeman said they didn't further test the hair in Abby's hand because it came back as female and familial. Isn't that enough, you guys? Honest to God. If you were the investigators, would you really at that point need to go, ooh, because it's not a derelict hair at that point. This is a, it's a family member. Abby had on Libby's shirt, and I think it was, they didn't have any female family members of Libby who were suspects. And they did, yeah, right. So I guess the hair came, and now it even makes more sense, doesn't it? The hair came back as one of Libby's familial matches. So that means since Abby had on Libby's sweatshirt, and also Libby's sweatshirt came from Kelsey, there's a chance that the hair is Kelsey's hair, or perhaps even Tara or anybody that was around the sweatshirt or the car at one point. And then when Abby put on the sweatshirt, the hair likely got on her hand. Doesn't that make sense? Like a hair that was inside the sweatshirt. Holeman believes the killer heard people on the bridge searching and yelling for Abby and Libby and killed the girls. Huh. Okay, so I wonder if that's the, that's interesting. But see, that doesn't make sense timing-wise, what he's saying here. Because I don't think there was anybody on the bridge that early yelling for Abby and Libby, because that would have had to have been around 3:35 or 40 or something. It would have had to been pretty early. Because he has to walk up and be seen on the road at 3:57, right? So it would have had to have been like 3:30-ish when he heard somebody yelling, but Derek had just got there at 3:15, and he went down to the 505 trail, and he didn't go to the bridge till like 4 something. So I don't know who would be there yelling for the girls at that point. I don't understand that one. That doesn't make sense to me. Nothing contradicts your belief that Liberty German's phone stayed under Abigail William all night. That's what I believe. Holeman believes the killer heard people on the bridge searching and yelling for Abby and Libby and killed the girls. Doesn't know if they were killed just before or just after hearing those people. I wonder what makes him believe that. Here's what I think. I don't think that's what these people were doing. I think around 2:45, there were other people on the bridge, and they might have been like, "Hey, come over here, check it out." And Richard Allen heard yelling, loud sounds from the bridge because the wind was blowing towards the crime scene over the bridge, and he heard them, and that's when he panicked. And it wasn't even like and then I don't know if he then spent time, there was obviously time where the sticks were put on there. How long did he stay there? We don't know. Was he moving them around, or, we know that like Libby was probably moved from a different location because there was dragging. So nothing contradicts your belief that Liberty German's phone stayed under Abigail Williams all night. That's what I believe. Redirect. Your belief is the voice on the video is Bridge Guy. Yes. Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbach confirmed who they saw is Bridge Guy. And so did the other 3 girls. Richard Allen identified who he saw as girls. Holeman said yes. So this is McClelland, like trying to come in and sort of clean things up. So it's like McClelland saying, your belief is the voice on the bridge is Bridge Guy. Yes. McClellan said, Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbach confirmed who they saw is bridge guy. Yes, but he should have also said the 3 girls too, because they bring him in at that time. And then Holeman said, yes, Richard Allen identified who he saw as girls. Richard Allen identified who he saw as girls. There you go. Yes. Is there any evidence the girls were taken to another location? Let's see. McClellan said Richard Allen identified who he saw as girls. Holeman said yes. McClellan said, is there any evidence the girls were taken to another location, meaning Abby and Libby? Absolutely not. Recross. Is it not possible he was there earlier and saw 3 different... there we go. You see. No, it's not possible. See. Yeah, he says I don't think so. Okay, but is it not possible he was there earlier and saw 3 different girls? And you could say like this. What he should have said was, see, this is what I knew was going to be in here, right? This is what they're going to pretend that there were 3 other girls at a different time. Important to note, here, 3 girls mentioned by the state in their probable cause were actually 4 girls, the youngest being 9 at the time, and the sister of one of the... Oh, so it was 9. I thought it was 12 they just said at trial, so maybe she was just 9 like I said originally. And the sister of one of the older teens, right? So she was probably just not... You didn't see her, you know? You don't always see everybody, especially when you're just walking by. Is there a way... So the juror questions are, is there a way to get to where the girls were abducted without crossing the bridge? And I showed you guys those earlier. He said, common sense says he started at the beginning of the trails and bridge. He didn't seem to understand, and the correct answer is that, yes, you can get to the south side of the bridge without having to cross the bridge. Wait, what? You can get to the south side of the bridge without crossing? Yeah, no, what do you mean? Yeah, I guess so, sure. You could have driven on the private drive. Do you know where Derek German was when he started shouting for the girls? He was down by the river creek. I don't know exactly. But what time was that is more important. Derek had taken a trail down to the creek. Yeah, so I know the answer to this one. Derek went when he got here at 3:15. He saw this flannel shirt guy, and when he talked to him, the flannel shirt guy said that there was no, he didn't see the girls at the bridge because he was at the bridge. He didn't see anybody. He just saw a couple, like a woman and a man who were there later. I had people blame them. Yeah, it's just crazy people out there. Anyways. So then Derek actually walked this way, because that's how you can get to the river. You go down this path right here, and it winds around and down, and you go right to the river. So he was over there, so he's totally out of the way. Nobody would hear anything. And he went down there, and he was down in this area by 3:30, came back up, and maybe he was here at like, I don't know, maybe 3:40-ish or something, and then he goes over here, and then he's back here at 4 o'clock. So I don't know when he actually went to the bridge a couple times. That was in some of the early notes. It'd be kind of interesting to read Derek's notes again. Why? What does it matter, Cindy? The flannel shirt guy just saw a man and a woman. They're irrelevant to anything. They were just... It was late. So an hour after the girls were taken down the hill. That's when Cheyenne was there. They're just people, just other people. I'm sure they interviewed them, and they're not relevant to the case. Maybe they'll show up, maybe they won't, but they're not really that important at all, actually. So what would be important, though, maybe to talk to Cheyenne and say, hey, when you were walking across the bridge, were you yelling? Did you yell to your friends? And what time was that? And get the timing of that, because she was in this area like at 3 o'clock-ish, 2:50. And he may have heard that over here. Let's see. Yeah, Brad Holder doesn't have anything to do with anything. Yeah, he was at work and he was driving home. Now, I think there's a possibility that him driving home might have something to do with something. Well, they would have asked them that question, don't you think, Cindy? That at some point they would have interviewed them and asked, hey, did you see that guy? And they would have said no. If they did see him, they'd be at the trial and be one of the witnesses. I think it's pretty obvious. He doesn't look like that at all, Ginger. Sorry for your ignorance in the case. It has nothing to do with anything. Let's see. Let's see. And you don't know what you would do until you held at gunpoint for your life, right? Right. Anyways, yeah. So that's it for that. So I'm gonna go get myself a drink, and we'll do some of these. Do a call-in show. All right. So we'll do that here in just a minute. I'm just going to finish this iced tea that I had. Yeah, let me play the Okinawa song for you guys. You guys love it. It's fantastic. Although I think if I play that, everybody's going to leave. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. Do you guys want to do this or not? I meant to have you that music playing while I was gone. It wasn't that. I thought it was playing, but it wasn't. All right, let's try it. Let's give it a shot here. Who's calling in about this case? What do we got? What do we got? There we go. Woo. Oh, wow. Hello? Hello? Who's this? Who's this? Yeah, what do you got? What do you got?
Let's just start with, I think the, hold on, let me do something here with the stupid YouTube. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Today's testimony, one of the most important things about it was Holeman got RA to admit that he said to Holeman, and now it's on video recording, that, yeah, I did say it doesn't matter, it's over.
Yeah.
Because that's what the defense was trying to attack a couple days ago.
Yeah, they were trying to pretend that he didn't say it in the because it wasn't recorded. How do we know it's true? Well, he answered the question by Holeman, so he admits that he did say that.
Yeah, by admitting to, and that's how this whole case has been.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the people's definition, all the witnesses' definition of bridge guy are from the phone. Okay, and the police have proven that the guy on the phone picture is Richard Allen due to the clothes, and he admitted to it essentially the same way. He said, "Yeah, I saw 3 girls," right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said that because he knows one of them saw him, and it was probably the 4th girl. That's why he didn't mention that one. So he says, "Yep, I saw those 3 girls." Those 3 girls say, "Yep, I saw him."
Mm-hmm.
What is your definition of him? 3 girls? Oh, that's the picture of the bridge guy. Richard Allen is bridge guy. Now we know bridge guy did the killing.
And then Sarah Carbot says the same. Betsy Blair.
Been saying it for years.
Betsy Blair says it. Everything.
Yes. Now, the other thing, you were talking about followers earlier. I really think you should be collaborating with Hidden True Crime.
Yeah,
I mean, get you more followers. Especially for Kohlberger coming up. Oh my God, I bet you got him dead to rights. If you have Richard Allen, you definitely have Kohlberger.
Well, I do. You've watched my Idaho 4 stuff, right? I mean, I've got that one just as nailed in as this one.
I've watched some of it. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you, I work a lot. I work a lot of hours. I don't get to always follow everything you do. Okay, but I'm real interested in this case only because I'm originally from Indiana, and they were killed like on my birthday. That's the only reason I travel for work, so it's a great podcast to listen to. But and the Kohlberg one to me is interesting. Also, I do follow true crime. Well, I think if you did more collaborations with these true crime people, you might get more followers.
Yeah, maybe.
Just a suggestion. You don't have to, but your maps and your 3D, oh, God, they would love that information. And you say, yeah, hey, use it, but I want to be on your show, a little bit for that. Because, especially the Hidden True Crime, her husband is a fucking doctor.
Yeah, he's like a
guy knows these types
psychologist or something.
This guy knows all kinds of types of these predators. This guy is probably the leading expert in those types. Oh, you guys collab with this, that's just my suggestion. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's something I actually, I asked her, hey, maybe, because the thing is, I know with all the information she's getting from the trial, I think, like, it'd be useful, because she has so many people watching that don't really have the context and, like, sort of what it means.
Correct.
Putting it together.
You
so that's kind of,
yeah. You're like a visual guy. You know what I mean? You can take information and then you can put it in your computer and you can make it so everybody understands what's happening visually. And that's what, like, Hidden True Crime or The Murder Sheet, although I don't even think they do YouTube, so I would say definitely Hidden True Crime. That's what they're missing,
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're missing. And then you'll gain followers after that because you're still doing live call-ins and explaining your stuff. You follow a whole bunch of different cases. I think if you want more followers, you need more collaboration.
Yeah, I guess.
Name more out there. Because what you're doing God's work. I don't know who the hell sits at home and does this all day long, but you are that guy. Okay? And it takes,
Well, I mean, I actually do other things, but...
Listen, man, I've never heard of anybody who does the things that you do. Okay? Who sits at their home, loves true crime so much, and you know what? I'm going to visualize these people so everybody can understand it. That's going to be my job. How many people you know? I don't know any. I don't even know anybody who I would think would know somebody like you. So I'm telling you, sir, you have a talent. You have a gift.
I should spread it around more.
You found your niche in life. Man, anybody could take your Richard Allen map up on the Google Maps and everything and prove he did it. I mean, that's all there is to it. You visualize it,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I like to put together, I like to make, I take probable cause documents and visualize it and then see what it really says.
Exactly.
I've
been commenting on your channel. The PCA proves his guilt alone beyond all reason.
Right. You know what I used to always do? I used to do the show and prove it's Richard Allen as the bridge guy without even remembering to bring up the bullet. It's like the bullet's sort of like an interesting thing, like, wow, it places him right there at the crime scene. But if you already have him as the bridge guy, he's involved in the murders, like he's...
Right, but 6 years ago, you didn't. No one knew about the bullet. The police kept that information hidden, and you proved it was Richard Allen like 6 years ago.
Well, no, he wasn't. Well, he wasn't arrested until 2 years ago. But I mean,
I know.
I used to have the time, like
the guy's name.
Yeah.
You said you could already prove, hey, here's the guy we're looking for. We just need his name. Once you got his name, you're like, all right, I got it. And then you found out, oh my God, there's a bullet there too.
Yeah.
And the lady says, yeah, that bullet matches the one they found. Oh, that's the other thing. He had the exact same bullet in his keepsake box, which psycho killers call that a trophy box. Okay. There was also a note from his mother and from his daughter. Okay. And from his wife, some kind of symbolism from his wife. Yep, he hates those three. Okay, that's what this murder is all about. Something is weird going on that guy's head.
That's what it seems.
It's sexual, and that's what I'm saying. If you collaborate with Hidden True Crime, Dr. John has already said, hey, whoever did this, it's sexually motivated because that's what the statistics support. No, nothing else. Okay, so this is a real sick guy. We got a special kind of psychopath here, and I'm glad they caught him. And the other thing I was going to say, he's probably been fantasizing about this shit for like 7 years, 10 years, maybe a decade, but he finally got enough courage to do it, right? Like he finally got the opportunity. I've been saying it's a crime of opportunity. You've been saying it's a crime of opportunity, right? And the reason I bet he never did it before, something like this before, is because he's short, man. He's like 5'4". Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
what are your thoughts?
I had him at like 5'3". I measured him I had him at 5'3", 5'4" by just using my little weird technique like 6 years ago or 7 years ago.
Listen, I'm telling you, you're a visual guy. You know this. You're the guy who's like, man, I don't even need the software. I can stabilize the video. Like, I know how the software is going to do it. You know what I mean? So I'm sure you can tell the guy's height. You got it right. He is 5'4". That's what his old fishing license said. That's what his driver's license said. This dude is 5'4". He's short for a man. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's probably why he didn't have the courage to do this before. And I think he was stalking the 4 girls he first saw, or those three girls.
Well, the distance across from the railroad, the side rails is 6'6", and you can tell he's not anywhere near that distance.
Oh yeah.
You know, so
listen, he's the real life bridge troll. He's been fantasizing about this forever.
Well, I was actually thinking of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. He seemed like he was one of the Oompa Loompas, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
He just needed the outfit, but
like, you're not crossing this bridge. I bet he's been fantasizing about trapping some girl on that bridge for years. Years. It's his own little trap. He even when they got his house, he had like lots of pictures of that bridge. They found lots of knives. I'm talking like 50 knives. A lot of them, or some of them, I guess, were box cutters. Who has 50 knives at their house? Literally 50 they found.
Yeah.
Now, this other thing, there's got to be some Keegan Kline thing. That's what I'm thinking. Keegan Kline is a poor guy, man, but I bet he was selling access to that drop box, probably making, I don't know, $100 a month or something weird like that. And maybe there's a connection there, but or like.
Well, we were just talking earlier how he went to.
Hold on. Richard Allen was in Peru. He did see his mother. I don't know.
Right, that's what we were just talking about.
Called the mother, but then he stopped at like a gas station. Maybe he overheard Keegan Kline, the dad, talking, or who the hell knows? You know what I mean? Who knows? But
yeah, I don't know, man. They apparently
analog.
Apparently
analog, like you said.
Like I think Richard Allen and. Yeah, at least Keegan Kline's dad may have worked at the same like a Chrysler plant, which is kind of weird. If they were friends, let me just say this.
Right.
If Richard Allen and Keegan Kline's dad were friends, then I don't give a damn what anybody says out there. There's a connection in this case, okay? Now,
because
whether it was
the dad at least had access to that drop box. They've been probably looking at child porn for a long time, man. These people are sick, okay? Like, why would you kill 2, pre-teenage girls, Richard? Exactly. That's like, what kind of good guy does that? Yeah, you're right, Richard Allen. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and he said, and you already said, hold on a second. Hold on. Earlier what was said was so great is when he said, I will never say that I did something if I didn't do it. And then he confesses 63 times later. So they're going to say, well, I thought Richard Allen said he would never confess to something unless he did it. Well, here he is.
Here he is.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's perfect.
Here's the other thing. You've been talking about Richard Allen's lawyers being complete scoundrel and garbage lawyers. I agree.
They're terrible.
If I was a lawyer and I read that PCA, I'd be like, hey, Richard, we're going to have to get you a plea deal, dog.
Right. Instead, they're trying to come up with all. Instead, they got the ear. They listened to a bunch of crazy YouTubers. You know what one of the YouTubers said, and I just found the screenshot the other day, and I showed it on my show. She said that the bridge guy has forceps in his jacket and was going to perform an abortion on one of the girls on the other side of the bridge. Right. That's what her belief was. Yeah, and that's what she believes, and she's one of the people that talks to the defense team all the time. So it just shows you the kind of wackos that they're listening to.
Right,
crazy.
Right, yeah. But great. Think about it like this. Okay, fine. Richard Allen still killed them fucking girls. Like, if you believe that.
Yeah, well, Richard Allen. Yeah, well, I wouldn't. Maybe don't use the word at the end how you refer to the girls, but yeah, Richard Allen is the bridge guy. Like,
of course
it's obvious. Like, we just did a poll earlier. It was 87, and the funny thing is the other 13% are just people that don't want to believe in something.
He identified himself as bridge guy, and the reason he did that is because he said, I saw 3 girls, and then those 3 girls said, I saw bridge guy. And so Richard Allen equals bridge guy. It's logic. It's just logic. It's just logic.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Common sense. Common
That's
sense?
what I try to deploy is common sense in these cases.
Common
Every
sense.
one of them.
And so you're right about his lawyers. Those are scoundrels. And that, who's that Defense Diaries people? Bob Mata? Oh, God.
Yeah, he's got a seat there every morning. He actually complained. No, but he complained yesterday. I saw him on a show. He goes, "Man, you guys, this is so tough for me. I have to get up at 7 o'clock every morning, and I get to the courthouse, and it's like, wait a minute." So, but he has a seat at the defense table. So that's why he gets to go in there at 7. You know what everybody else is doing? They're getting in line at 1:30 in the morning and sleeping on the cement so they get their seat. What a baby, Jesus.
Right.
I mean, what a joke that
Bob, if you're watching this show, Bob, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're sitting right next to Kathy Allen, you need to tell her that her husband and his lawyers need to have a come to Jesus moment, okay, where you come out with a plea deal with full allocution. Because without the confessions, they have your husband dead to rights. Like, there's, Bob, if you were a sane person, I understand, like, he's a criminal defense attorney. Okay, man, this is too far. Okay, this is too far. They've proven it. They don't even need the bullet. They don't even need the bullet, man. They don't even need it. Okay, it adds to it, but Richard Allen and his lawyers need to have a come to Jesus moment and say, listen, we'll do a plea deal, life without parole, no death penalty, nothing like that, and a full allocution. That would be justice for Libby and Abby. I'm telling you right now. That's my thoughts on that.
Well, I agree. Cool. All right. Well, a lot of people are calling. I appreciate your enthusiasm, and then what you were saying.
No problem.
Was,
I'll continue listening to the show when I can, and I'm telling you, I can't even wait for your Kohlberger. Well, when the trial starts, you know what I'm saying? Because you'll be back on it. You'll be like, look, I said this already.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
I know, and the funny thing is that the other channels will get like 10,000 people watching, and I'll get 500 because I'm not one of the ones that YouTube.
If you just do a little bitty collaboration with them.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. Just say, hey, here's what I got. Can you add it to your show? Can I be on it for like 5 minutes?
Or what would be really cool is like if we timed a show where they did their show and then after theirs, they send them over to mine to see the kind of the inside shit.
Transition over.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, I said some rude shit about them a few days back. I apologized and we talked about it and everything and seemed pretty normal, but like usual, we get this troll community out there. They go out of their way to make
those people.
Just kind of what they do.
Them. Like that Cindy, whoever it was. Like, okay, look, if you can't figure it out by now, dog, I'm sorry. Like, but you're not going to clog up my chat with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Come on. You're putting out facts. Facts.
Yep. Yeah, I think
visual facts.
I think Koberger, I think, should be televised, though. But I might actually, I mean, I can get there. I could, that one's closer to me. It's like 300 or 400 miles where,
listen,
20.
What I'm saying with Kohlberger, hold on. What I'm saying with Kohlberger and Hidden True Crime is, that Hidden True Crime, they literally live in Idaho. That's where those two have settled down.
Okay,
so your best bet for YouTube is going to do a collaboration with them. That's the hometown.
Well, I'll definitely be there for that, but, I don't know. I got to sort of figure out, like, I don't want the, whatever I said might have been too, I mean, we talked about it and everything was cool, but those trolls have a way of just kind of digging around and making things bigger, and it's just kind of what it is. So, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but I'm always going to keep doing my,
but I just think if you collaborate around, that'll help your numbers, bump up. We need to pump them numbers up. What was that from the Wolf of Wall Street? Oh, those are rookie numbers. We need to pump them up, right?
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
You got to put that clip. Hey, put that clip on your show. And every time you say, look, we only got, 5, play that little clip. Like you do the subscribe. You should play that clip from Wolf of Wall Street. So rookie numbers, we got to bump them numbers up.
Yeah. It's not too bad, though. I mean, I always get like, I don't know, it's like during times, because there's times where I cover cases that nobody's heard of, but I've actually learned that if you want your channel to grow and be bigger and bigger, you kind of have to always stick to the cases that are kind of popular in the media at the time, because whenever you switch over to a cold case from 1973, I'll get like 208 people watching, and that's going to be it.
No one cares about that. They want that instant.
I know. It kind of sucks though. It kind of sucks though.
Well, but it is what it is, and you picked your job. I was in the Navy, Gray. It was called Choose Your Rate, Choose Your Fate. You have already decided that you want to make YouTube your primary source.
I would like that. Yeah, I would like that.
Okay, so if you have already picked this and you have a niche for it because you take facts and you visualize them, and you want to make money off YouTube, you're going to have to follow the hot cases. That's all there is to it. The Colbert will be the next one. You already know this.
No, I know.
Come on.
It's just, I know. I have that conversation with people, and they get upset. They say stuff like,
what they say?
Yeah, I mean, that sucks because I really like the cold cases, Gray, but I always look at it and go, man, it's hard to make it looking at the cold cases,
Listen. Sorry, whoever you are. Go find another channel where the cold cases.
I'll still do them occasionally. Maybe I'll do some members-only cold cases. That way, it's like not part of the main.
Sure, for the downtime, right? Especially especially like this case, there was so much downtime. So there's gag orders on it because those lawyers are scoundrels. They're the ones that leaked it. So yeah, maybe a cold case members only for downtime.
Yeah.
Because you're right, because big cases like this one and the Kohlberger one, they take years to get to the actual trial date. That is true. I like that.
Yeah, but here's the thing, even though you're giving me good advice, your marketing right now, my viewers have gone from 850 to 790 because we're not talking about the case anymore.
Let's talk about the case.
No, I'm gonna get other callers now because there's people that. Whole bunch of people tried to dial in this whole time.
But last night you had the two nuts on the show who don't believe you, and I don't think that'll get you more viewers. I don't know. I could be wrong.
What do you mean last? I don't remember having. What do you mean? Oh, that called in?
Yeah, the person that called in was kind of skeptical, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't mind. See, my thing is I don't mind if somebody is skeptical. I'm just going to go through how they're.
Those people are nuts.
But listen for a second. You know who called listen to who called my show one time. Listen to this. Bob Mata. I had open lines. He called my show, and I just went over all the facts, and he was kind of like stymied at the end. He didn't like. Hey, listen. He was like he didn't have anything to say. He was like.
Get Bob Mata.
It was great.
On the phone, me, you, Bob Mata. I'll smash that guy. He cannot be a legitimate human being and believe that Richard Allen is not guilty.
Or at least not Bridge Guy.
That Richard Allen is guilty. There's no way, with all the testimony that's come out now, because he's not privy to any evidence the state has against Richard Allen, okay? Even the wife isn't. Only Richard Allen is. Bob Mata cannot sit there with a straight face and say, you know what, I think Richard Allen is still not guilty. There's no way. No way.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to take some more calls now, but what was your name again?
Nathan Lay. It's on the chat. It's
okay, well, we'll get back in the chat. Well, Nathan, thanks for calling in. I'm going to get some more calls. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for all the words of encouragement and advice. I agree with it.
Oh, you're doing God's work, Greg. You're doing God's work.
All right, man. Have a good one. See you.
All right. Yep. Bye. All right. Bye.
Oh, there you go. There, right away, somebody. Hello, this is Gray. Who's this? Hello, who's this? Yeah, you got to turn down your audio in the background.
Oh, sorry.
That way.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hello, and welcome to the show.
Awesome. Well, I just found you, and I'm super excited that you took my call.
All right.
I wanted to thank you so much for putting together that lovely display of Kohberger driving around and around and around.
Yeah.
I myself lived in Moscow and moved just before the murders happened, and I was thoroughly distraught because our little town, which was supposed to be one of the safest towns in America, had been taken over by this person, and most of us were trying to figure out, what happened. And as you know, a lot of information hadn't been disclosed just yet, and the PCA had come out.
Which case are you talking about right now? You're talking about Kohberger?
Yeah, I'm talking about Kohberger. I'm sorry. I thought I said that in the beginning.
Well, you did say it in the beginning. I wasn't sure if you... I couldn't... Well, to be honest with you, when you said round and round, I played a music thing that says, the Rat song that says round and round. So I missed the first part of the next sentence. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Okay. So start over again after that. So say that part again. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you created that timeline of him driving around and connecting it to the PCA and then connecting it to some videos that had come out, that was amazing. And how I found you, and the last caller, I heard him talking about how to get you more followers, etc. There is a Facebook website page that you may or may not know about. It's called the University of Idaho Murders.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody put your YouTube page on there with the timeline of him driving around, and that's how I initially found you. But I have not really been much on this case currently with Richard Allen and Delphi. I too am also from Indiana, so that's why I was curious about this one. But I do have some questions about the Delphi case. One of my questions is, they haven't somehow come out with a connection as to why he was there at the bridge area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think that he was there to... Did he think, or did he know that Abby and Libby were going to be there?
Well, there's two theories, because law enforcement always they've always said that they think that they were targeted. And when you listen to the three girls that saw him coming in, they said his head was down, looked like he was on a mission. And then Betsy Blair said it looked like he was waiting for somebody, but she just wasn't the person he was waiting for. And then law enforcement believed, I think originally, that he was connected to Keegan Kline, who was a catfishing account at that time. But they weren't able to establish a connection between Richard Allen and Keegan Kline. So the reason that he was there that day, I guess, is sort of the same answer you give for any of these types of people. It's like, why'd you do it, man? And it's like, I don't know, just had the urge. He probably went there. I mean, the other version, the story that I always said at the beginning was that the killer was there hunting for somebody, and Abby and Libby fell into his trap. But based on the information that's been said here, is that, I mean, he would have killed numerous people, different people, if they had fallen into the trap. He just picked them because they did. But it seemed like he was just in a hurry to get there, and like he was almost waiting for them specifically, but they've never been able to prove it. But other than that, it could just be the classic predator who was just kind of waiting around. His daughter was in school, so he knew that it was a school day off, and likely thought, hey, some kids will show up at that bridge today, and he goes there, and maybe he was just there hoping for an opportunity that actually happened. I mean, the interesting part of it, no matter how you look at it, is that he got lucky in the timing of it, because he doesn't know that there isn't 19 other people across the bridge hanging out, or other people on the other side of the bridge and then coming back. He doesn't know any of that. However, when he gets there, he gets to the bridge and he can see that there's nobody across. He knows there's nobody behind him, and then Betsy Blair shows up and then turns around and leaves. And then he sees these two girls coming, and I think he walked by them to make them feel comfortable. And then
Yeah.
they go onto the bridge, and then he's watching from the background until they're quite a ways across, and now he knows for sure there's nobody on the other side, and he keeps looking down behind him where Betsy Blair had just passed him and gone, and there's nobody there. Then he makes his move, and now he knows there isn't a soul anywhere. So it's kind of creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you feel like there's some similarities between him and the Koberger case?
I don't know. Well, I mean, like his personality. I don't know. I don't think so. I think Richard Allen. I think Richard Allen. He perceives himself as an idiot. Koberger thinks he's smart as hell. He thinks he's the
right.
Yeah.
But the aspect of kind of, so we don't know whether or not Koberger stalked these victims. We think that he did, but we don't have that evidence just yet.
Well, I think the four loops that he did is stalking. He already knew that he was going into that house, so he kept going around and around, waiting for the time.
Right, but I mean, like prior connections to the girls, let's just say, and some sort of social media, he was stalking them, or he knew that they were out and about, etc., or knew kind of what their patterns were. That, I mean, he, in that respect.
Well, I think there does seem to be, not to interrupt you, but
predator.
But hold on one second. I think there is information out there that he was kind of following. I think it was either. Let's see. I can't remember. Let's see which one was. He was following one of the girls' like account, and he wasn't like responded to or something.
I think it's still speculation because we don't know for sure, right? It's not in the PCA. It's been speculated in the media that he might have been following either Kaylee or
Kaylee or
the other girl,
Madison Mogan,
and Madison, Kaylee or Madison, but we don't know for sure. We won't know until obviously the trial comes out and when information will be there. But I just felt when I was listening to this case, I felt that there was quite some similarity between the two as far as like the opportunity, right? When this opportunity struck and therefore he took it, and same with Richard Allen. And then of course the knife aspect too, but I just, I think both of them were sort of an opportunist sort of situation. But I also wanted to ask you, there's been some questions about Richard Allen and the girls and the fact that, they didn't scream out, or the fact that they, didn't call for somebody to help them or what have you. Do you feel any sort of like, obviously they're scared. Obviously they're young girls. They don't know if they would have screamed out or what have you.
Well, don't you think it's interesting in the Koberger case, nobody screamed out? Like, even in the Koberger case, there wasn't screaming. There was some whimpering at one point. And then in this case, I think it's a myth that all women scream every time there's something going on. And girls or whatever. Yeah. If you have a gun on you and they say, if you scream, I'm going to do, they might be quiet.
Right.
And so it just is.
Right. We don't know what else he said to them to make them be quiet. So, can you just take me back for just a quick second in reference to timeline? When Richard Allen obviously took the girls away, and you think that he stopped doing what he thought he was going to do and killed them because he heard other people on the bridge. What time was that the other people were on the bridge, and he, like, though you were talking about the wind and stuff?
Well, there was some other girl. There was a girl named Cheyenne who I think was on the bridge at like 3:40 something, and then was leaving the bridge at 3:15 or so, and then eventually at like 3:49 she uploaded some Snapchat images. But I don't know, we've gone over those a few times, and I actually took one of her photographs she took and then used the same program that is on the screen right now, and you can actually put shadow. You can use a let's see, it's called the, let's see if I say create lights. That's the daylight system. You put on in there, and it actually puts the sun in the correct location and you put in the year, month, day, and time zone and geo coordinates, and it tells you, puts the sun exactly the angle. So I used Google Earth and I put the entire scene in there, and then I was able to put the bridge where the bridge is, and then put objects there, and you can see the shadows off of what she filmed, kind of matched around like 3:15 or so when she was taking some of these photos.
Wow.
Pretty crazy
That's
stuff.
Incredible. You do some amazing work. I don't know what programs you have that you're using, but wow. Like, did you ever think about becoming a forensic expert?
Well, I hadn't ever really thought of it. I just kind of tried to become one, like the lay, sort of a lay person one. I mean, I did do an animation for a court case in New York that was used, but in this one, I'm just, when I make videos, I just try to think, like, how can I prove something? And I remember, I think it was there was that case in, was it Nevada, Naomi Arion. There was this vehicle after, she was abducted waiting for the bus to take her to work in the morning, and you see this guy walk over to her car, and then later they show a suspect vehicle, and I thought, okay, so that's them driving away, but then I looked at the shadows and I created the whole scene again, and I could see that it was like 3:30 in the afternoon, so it really sort of changed the whole timeline of what was going on. So that was kind of cool. And then I was on Court TV talking about that particular thing. I think Court TV really misses out not having someone sort of like me who's out there finding these crazy angles that are actually verifiable. That I think what happens a lot of times in the media is they like to sort of dumb it down to these quick little bullet points and hits, and then we get to the next segment, we're on to something else. I think people would like to see where the entire 45 minutes is on one element and working through it, and people will be like, oh shit, man, that was amazing. I really do. I think, I don't know, maybe it's true that people just have short attention. They need the next topic on the next block, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Too bad you can't, or maybe I missed it, but too bad you can't recreate the Karen Reed situation and whether or not she did or did not hit him, and
that's hard to do.
The experts that testified and did their physics on what actually happened, and that would have been cool if you could recreate that.
Well, there was a cool episode on Court TV, the 4 passes with the car. I showed Vinny this thing, and he goes, oh, wow, that's great. And we had a phone conversation, we went through it, and they literally did it on the show where every pass we stopped and talked about it, boom, 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 and that video had so many views, it was ridiculous. And so that's when I thought, man, why don't they allow this to be more often, this kind of thing like that? That video just took off like a rocket. People were like, oh my God, look at that.
What video was that again?
It was those 4 loops, the Idaho 4 case with a vehicle driving around behind the...
Oh, yes, the 4 loops with Koberger, yes.
Yeah, so it was on...
Yeah, no, that's incredible. I wish that they could use it. You should call Bill Thompson.
Well, they did use it. Well, that's the thing. They did use it on Court TV. And I'm sure the prosecutors already have that. That's how they know the vehicle turned around behind 500 Queen Road. They already know that. So that's the camera that shows that. So they already got that. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Well, I don't know if you know, but so Moscow, talking about Koberger, Moscow had just built a new police station right there on the corner of where he was going around. And I don't know if they had cameras operating at that time, but I was like, that is pretty brazen of you to just be driving right past the police station, on your crime spree.
Yeah, well, it's not really right there. People make it sound like, he was driving by to see what the cops are doing. I think that's ludicrous. I think he was just, that's the route he drove.
He was driving around where to see what the cops were doing, but the police station is right there on the corner.
Well, kind of. I mean, which corner are you talking about?
Hang on. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't know. Let's see. Now look at this
right
case,
where
you
he
guys.
comes
Look at
off-
this one. Look how many. I forgot how
It's
much
right where he
traffic.
comes off of Conestoga.
Yeah, no, I think the police. I see it right here. The Moscow Police Department is on Southview Avenue. So, like when he was driving, let's see. Yeah, see, look how they built that whole thing in the last 5 years. So it's right there, and when he was on Indian Hills Drive, when he was driving around, you could look sort of down the hill and see him, but he never really drove right by it or anything. You know, he could just see it. But anyways.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. I'm glad you, you know, you like my video.
No, you're doing great work, and I'm sorry you don't have as many followers right now, but just give it some time.
Well, I do have good. I mean, I have a lot of
and,
subscribers. I mean, I have almost 150,000. But you know, it's just like sometimes during certain cases, the YouTube algorithm puts certain kinds of people, and some of us get left in the dust. So
yeah. Well, I follow the lawyer and I also follow Emily Baker. Those
Never heard of them.
lawyers. I don't know if you know who they are.
No.
And they do, some of them, sometimes they do gavel-to-gavel coverage, etc. But the thing that they don't do that you do is they speculate, which, people want the speculation.
Well, I
They
do
want to know
speculate, but it's
behind
based on the
scenes.
facts, Like I use the facts and
Exactly.
speculate right there, narrowly, right in that realm, So.
Right. But they don't. They stick, because they're lawyers, and they stick straight to what's presented to them and go off of that. And they can sometimes give their opinions about a couple of things, but that's how come they have so many more followers. But not saying that you can't. I'm sure you're going to get there. And but I do have to say that, so the Facebook group, the University of Idaho Murders, is where I first found you, and I'm sure they're going to plug you even more, and hopefully you'll get some more followers.
Well, I hope so. I want to be. I think it'd be cool. I have been thinking about doing. It's not worth it to do collabs with people that are have 2,000 subs, because you're really just helping them. But if you can find
Right.
other people that are in the same number block or something, then it's sort of worth. Then it's worth it. Because I've had a lot of people go watch over there Lauren's show, because I have to admit, the notes that she takes on this case are equivalent to every single court reporter in there, and they all had a great day. Because I've literally seen these. I get the pool notes, and I get them sent to me, and even the news channel that sent them to me have said to me, "Good luck," because they are so horrible. You can't read every third word. You have no clue what the hell that word is, even contextually. But when she takes these notes, when she goes over the entire day, it takes an hour and a half, and there isn't any idle chit-chatting, sitting around. That's literally an hour and a half worth of notes in order, with every single conceivable detail, as if you were there. That's why it's I didn't realize that she was that good at that. So, that's it. But the thing is like I was saying before, she didn't cover the case prior, so had no context to what everything meant. And so that was what was sort of frustrating. So it'd be cool if it was sort of there was somebody like me around that'd be hey, look, but that would, the way she's doing it is perfect, because it's just you're watching the trial, you're right there. But it'd be cool to do something later where each time, and then we go over all the different elements and say, look, this is what this means, check it out. Boom. Yeah, she was a reporter. Yeah, that's why she's good at it. But she's better than all the court reporters, so that's the thing, is you got all these reporters in the pool, and I'm telling you, it's not even close. It's it's ridiculous. She gets help too, they verify stuff and she adds them in, but it's that's all I can say. When somebody's good at something, they're good, and when you respect them. I didn't really know much about her or anything. I was just sort of frustrated with, 9,000 people watching, and she didn't really ever cover the case, and I've been doing this for 7 years. And I'm just frustrated, you know, like, Jesus. I mean, YouTube, hello, I've been here, you know. But it's just...
Well, maybe it's the sensationalism that you were speaking about in reference to her being there, boots on the ground. So, as you said, maybe you can go to Koberger.
Yeah.
And if you go to Koberger and then you get on YouTube afterwards and talk about the day and then go back to, you know, what you already gleaned from your work, that might help you.
Yeah, no, I think I'm doing okay, you know. It's not, you know, it's not, I mean, last month was a pretty good month and everything, but, you know, it just is what it is. This one isn't bad, you know. We're just kind of moving forward. I'm getting, you know, right now we have 785. That's more than yesterday. We had 1,000 earlier, but, you know, it's okay. I'm just telling you what it was that was bothering me. I'm fine with these numbers. When you get too many, that's when it gets crazy, and there's a lot of just trolls and people who show up to throw something in there. And, you know, it gets kind of frustrating at that point. So,
are you talking about your chat?
Yeah, like if you have like 5,000 people watching, it gets tough, you know. I've had that many people watching during like breaking news on something, but I wouldn't mind. You have to slow down the chat quite a bit, and then it does work, but it gets pretty tough to manage all the different comments coming in from all over the place, and you're not really sure.
Right.
I mean, I watch them. I see them.
And that's why the bigger people have mods.
Well, we got a lot.
And modifiers.
I got like 20, 30 mods.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, mods they work and everything. It's just, you know, I don't want them to spend their whole day like, oh my God, there's another comment. Oh, look at there's another crazy one. Look at that one. Ooh, you know. How about they get a
well, yeah, they do. Like in Emily, she has moderators in there, and they'll kick people out.
Well,
if they don't follow the rules.
Well, the thing on the Lauren's, you know, when I've gone onto the show and sort of these people are making comments, and I'll comment, and then they'll go, oh, Gray's here, and then they're answering questions, and then the trolls show up because they see me there, and then they tell their buddies, and the whole troll unit shows up. But the mods are amazing in there. I gotta admit, like, I'll see a troll comment and it's gone, like before it even scrolls up 5 comments. It's out of here.
Yeah.
My mods do the same thing. But I'm just saying they're good in there too. So.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Just hang in there. Just keep doing what
you're
doing. I guarantee you're going to gain more and more people once you continue your process. And I mean, your work is amazing. I'm surprised that nobody has scooped you up from the law land and said, hey, we need this guy as an expert to recreate things. But I don't think they allow some of those recreations in.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is they said that, they've said, like, I mean, Susan told me, like, Hendricks said that when she watches my show, she's like, your show is awesome. You know, like, I do, like, really good analysis of stuff. And it made me feel good. Because and by the way, ABC just sent me an email and was like, hey, we're doing this show on it. We heard about your show. Do you want to be in a documentary show a show that they're making? I'm not sure it was a documentary. And I haven't heard back from them, but I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, ABC, that's a pretty big network at that point.
Yeah.
It's not the CW network. It's...
You could contact them again and say, just want to touch base with you and see if... you're still interested.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think you do amazing work, and so then what you should do is, I know that there's already some videos of people who've already driven the Koberger route and what have you.
I did that.
I saw your what?
Well, I did that. I was the first one to be driving the routes. And
you did that.
Yeah, okay. That was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, awesome.
I might have it backwards though. I think you might have looped the other direction, but. Other than that, it's the same loop. It's just you might have turned the other direction.
Yeah. What do you think about them demolishing the house?
See, I was okay with it because, man, that house. If you by that point, you should be able to have all your analysis done, gone in there with Faro scans, had every single element in there, and, it's just, how long does it need to sit there for? If there was let's say it was a hung jury or something, then it sits there for another 4 years again, and then like 7 years later, the house, this blight on humanity is just sitting there. It doesn't bother me at all. They took a lot of photographs. They took thousands and thousands of photographs. The defense team had all the time in the world to get in there. They did Faro scans. They did everything. And I think it was time. I know people disagree with me on that, but it just doesn't bother me.
No, I agree, because think about it. If they were to reopen up the house and have more students live there for the rental purpose, I don't think it would have gone over very well. So the house had to go.
Yeah. Well, I think it was time.
Yeah.
But
I cross my fingers and I hope that the police have done their due diligence and that there's no sort of hidden things like Brady violations, or somebody didn't dot their I's and cross their T's, and just small little things that they might have missed that would allow him to get a pass. That will really upset me.
Well, I think the same thing with Richard Allen. These little technical difficulties that they keep referring to might start adding up where people go, man, had you had that, it would have nailed that position, but you didn't have that, so now I'm not sure. And then they might, I think what in the Richard Allen case is just going to come down to, everything that's been presented makes you go, yep, that seems like that's Richard Allen. And they're like, they should be 100% certain on the 3 girls and him, and that Richard Allen is bridge guy. They should be 100% if you use common sense. But then you might have questions about the gun at the bullet ejection marks, what kind of science that is. And you might be like, yeah, I think it could be his bullet, but I'm not convinced. But then when you hear Richard Allen confess while he's in prison with information that only the killer knows, I think that then gives permission for the jury to go, okay, then that was his bullet, and everything else up the chain is going to be him. Now, if the confessions aren't as strong as we hope they are, then it's like, crap, But if they have something where only the killer knows, and they're able to prove this element that nobody's talking about, that he mentioned, then he is absolutely toast at that point. Because it doesn't matter if he lied, because I think his attorneys are such dirtbags that I wouldn't be shocked at all if they had a conversation with him and told him to act crazy, because he was doing, everything was fine until he confessed. Then they had him drool on a shirt, chew paper, eat his own feces, do all this crazy crap. Then they told him, listen, you've got a lot of confessions out there. You need to start throwing out some false confessions so we can muddy the water and make it seem like you just got lucky on, accidentally guessing some crime scene stuff, but it was all confessions because you're mentally ill. That's what they're trying to do. I wouldn't have any doubt that they would try to have him do that. I think there are some confessions that have false information intentionally put out there to, muddy the waters. But also, who knows? Maybe the confessions that have the information that didn't happen were the ones that the inmates are saying. I want to know what the ones that are recorded by law enforcement or the prison itself and the notes that were taken by the psychologists. Let's see what those say.
Yeah, what about the thought that, so there's speculation that he was wearing gloves and therefore that's why there's no DNA to be had, but of course you can't see clearly in the video if he has his hand like in his pocket, or even what you're saying is he had his hand on his hip, possibly getting ready to pull a gun out of his holster. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the bridge. Is that what you're talking about? Or I was trying to read. Sorry.
Yeah. when he's at the end of the bridge telling the girls to go down, you can't see his hands, so you're not sure whether or not he is or isn't wearing any gloves.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he doesn't have gloves on at that time, because he's got his left hand in his jean left pocket, and then he's got his right hand not in his right jean pocket because it's up about 5 or 6 inches, and he appears to be propping something up, and he said he wears a holster, and he's right-handed, so that would make sense that it would be, maybe there's a holster that he's sort of turning up underneath the right side of the blue jacket underneath there, and you see it bulging out the front. And we've all known that's been a like that, a gun the whole time, because I've known since like literally March of 2017 that I was told that Abby said it, but it was actually Libby said that he's got a gun, something like that. And so we've already known that there was a gun in and I also knew that there was a sound of like a click sound as if it was being, cycled, a bullet being cycled.
Right.
I knew that since all the way back then. So we've had all of this information, and now it's turning out to be true, but I believe the source because they were one of the people who saw the video back then. So there you go.
And then his cell phone, he seems to have all these cell phones except for the one that he had during that time frame.
Yeah.
So again, I hadn't really followed the case. Do you have information on like what took them so long to find him?
Well, the reason it took so long is because a guy named Dan Doolin, he's the one that, so Richard Allen called the tip line the day after the bridge guy image was put out to the public. It was put out to the public on the 15th in the afternoon, and then the next day he's calling into the tip line because when they put the image out, they said, hey, we just want to talk to this person and see who they may have seen out there, even though they knew that that's the guy they're looking for. And the very next day he calls the tip line, and then Dan Doolin finally goes out there. And Dan Doolin, by the way, is the one that corrected the name. So the tip said Richard Allen Whiteman, which he lives on Whiteman Drive. And then when Dan Doolin interviewed him, he was like, oh, you're Richard Allen, you live on Whiteman. So he fixed that. So he's the one that fixed it.
This is is this the DNR guy?
Yeah, he's the conservation officer. So he goes out there and he goes out there and he interviews Richard Allen, and he wanted to meet Richard Allen at his home or his at the police station, but Richard Allen declined that and said, I'll meet you in a parking lot. And he says, he wanted to meet him in the parking lot because that's where he was heading. So he wanted to meet them there. And then, so they go out to the, let's see, they meet, and then in that conversation, he tells Dan Doolin that he was at the bridge that day, and when he got to the bridge, he gets on the Freedom Bridge, and when he got there, he passed 3 girls, and then he went on to the Monenhigh Bridge. And that's kind of really all there was, and he got his cell phone information. And for some reason, Dan Doolin never did anything with that. I mean, over the years, he never thought about it. Like, he put it in as a clue and said, hey, somebody should follow up on this. And it was never followed up on. Somebody put the word cleared on it, and it never was. It was just somebody put it there. And then years later, 5 years later, I think it's like Kathy Shank or something like that, she said she was just going through these files and stumbled upon that, and then when she saw that he said he saw 3 girls, she knew that there was girls that saw a guy. So then she sent the tip forward and made it up to like Liggett and everybody, and they're like, holy shit. And like, this guy should have been arrested, and the evidence against him would have been way more damning had they arrested him a week after the homicides. But instead, it's 5 years later.
Wow.
Yep. Well, anyways, that's it.
All right. Well, it's getting late.
Yeah.
You might have other callers, so
Yeah.
I will go ahead and pass it on to them. But I appreciate you talking to me, and
Yeah.
keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Anyways, I'm going to end the show now, you guys. Anyways, it's been 4 hours. So thank you to Tanya M., Jennifer Blackstone, BGPO, Karen, Herbert Landscaping, Gifted 5, then Green Eyed Pie, then Crime Conversations with Susan Hendricks, gifted 10 memberships, then Green Eyed Pie, then Carrie Lasco, then Curlicle Tinker, then Chad DeBall, M. Tim, Patricia Galindo, RMSMM2, who said prayers for Sweet Blue. It kind of rhymed. Cheryl Bullock, Yorkshire Tea, Baron Manic, and then Green Eyed Pie gifted one, Green Eyed Pie gifted one, then M10, Lisa, Jessica Schubach, Lil Puppy Paws 99, CR, Love the Sun 100, Michelle H, Green Eyed Pie, Tammy Lee, Annabella Roma, Stephi, CR, gifted a membership, Green Eyed Pie, Muddy Paws, Esther M, Rebecca Hayes, Kylie K Cosmos, Lil Puppy Paws, M10, Wendy Van Rokel, CR, Sammy Day gifted a membership, then M10 a new member, Allie Cake, JD White, KK, Paulette Leonard, Jessica Schubach, Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles, then Michelle H, Lil Puppy Paws 99, and Taz Devil 7009 at the buzzer. Alright, you guys, that was a long show tonight. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Not sure what we'll be talking about. Probably, I mean, obviously we're going to be doing the same case. And people always say, Gray, you keep repeating yourself. You keep saying the same. Well, I know, because that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, if you're actually somebody that's legit here. Okay, what's your question? The information is the information. There isn't some new breaking insight, you know. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll just do mainly call-ins. Having examined Bullet, if you can provide me with Sig Sauer or Smith & Wesson firearm, I'll be able to work magic on it. Was that really said by the examiner today? I don't think so. I never heard that. That wasn't in any of the notes that I saw. Yeah. Probably read that on some conspiracy nutter channel. But anyways, alright you guys, that's going to do it. We'll see you guys later. And as I always said, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that Oh, and thanks, Lillian, too.
Crime dissector, thug rejector, I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grego's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
Yes, you too can be one of the whack jobs that doesn't believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Yes, for just $19.99, you too can buy a brain, and you will know for certain that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Yes, for just $19.99, you can... All right, you guys. See you guys later.